Transportation in major cities in Nigeria has taken a different turn since the introduction of ride-hailing services enabled by technology. It has provided employment for many and made transportation easier and relatively cheaper. However, because of its peculiarity, the dynamic between drivers and passengers comes with its own conflicts. Drivers and passengers often complain about their interactions with one another. Many issues like courtesy on the part of passengers and drivers, being kept waiting for too long, where a passenger chooses to sit for the ride, the direction of the trip, and many more are some of the causes for conflict in this short relationship. Lawal, a hail ride driver, shares some of his experiences.
At times, some of them will set location. The map or the app will automatically give them another location. So by the time you get to the location, on the address, you call them, they tell you, sorry, I'm sorry, I should have told you. The map used to do like that, used to take people to another state, go and turn and come back. You know, that can be ridiculous. And at times, you know, the Lagos traffic, whatever, that the route you pass now, or probably before you even got through, it was hell. Now, having to go back, it can be very irritating.
How is this relationship supposed to be navigated? Mutual respect is key, and under no circumstances should riders or drivers disrespect the other. Riders should respect the vehicle they are in and should leave the vehicle in the condition in which they found it. Unruly behavior such as damaging the vehicle is not tolerated. Using bad language is also not tolerated. Being aggressive or discriminatory can also get a rider banned from using the app. Although friendly conversation doesn't do any harm during a trip, respect should be upheld at all times. Both riders and drivers should give each other space and should not make each other feel uncomfortable. Getting to a destination safely is a top priority. This is why drivers need to adhere to the rules of the road, for example, by sticking to the speed limit, not driving under the influence of alcohol or drugs, not texting while driving. Drivers should always take a break if they are tired. Riders should play their part by wearing their seatbelts and not trying to cram in extra people when there aren't enough seatbelts. Riders also need to refrain from bringing alcohol or banned substances into the vehicle and should not ask a driver to go faster than the speed limit. As a rider, request your ride inside. To minimize the time that you're standing outside by yourself with your phone in your hand, instead, wait inside until the app shows that your driver has arrived. Check your ride. Every time you take a trip, ensure you're getting into the right car or the right driver by matching the license plate, car make and model, and driver photo with what's provided on your app. Have the driver confirm your name. In addition to the check your ride safety steps, you can also ask the driver to confirm your name before you get in the car. Your driver sees your first name in your app and your driver's first name is displayed to you in your app. Be a backseat rider. Whenever possible, sit in the back seat, especially if you're riding alone. This helps ensure that you can safely exit on either side of the vehicle to avoid moving traffic, and it gives you and your driver some personal space. Share your trip details with loved ones. While en route, tap Share Trip Status in the app to share your driver's name, photo, license plate, and location with a friend or family member. Be kind and respectful. Please respect fellow passengers and your driver and their car. As for drivers, here are the standard procedures required.
After a rider books a ride, you drive immediately to the location, and then until you get to the location, you don't click arrive, which most drivers, that is where they have their own faults too. So immediately they pick your ride, they click arrive. And normally, the app owners have given 5 minutes of grace. The moment you get to a place, after 5 minutes, the person doesn't come out, it will start charging the person a certain amount of money. So but by the time you click arrive, when getting to the location will take you 9 minutes, and you have clicked arrive. So 4 minutes into his own time, you have started charging him, and you have not even at the location yet. Now, that is actually not good. which I hardly do. The only time I do it is when I'm booked in an estate and I get to the gate and they say call the person to come out. Immediately before I call the person, I click arrive because that's the estate.
Good morning, you're welcome to The Breakfast on Plus TV Africa. My name is Romet Paulson.
And my name is Nyamgul Agaji. We're glad to welcome you to another edition of the program. We do hope that you'll have a wonderful time and that you have arrived where you need to be at this moment, because traffic is thinning and everything is getting better, I think. Well, today we're going to be looking at very important issues as always, and the first one is NNPCL pledges to produce 2 million barrels of crude oil daily. That's our first hot topic for the day.
Well, and our second hot topic is Tinubu meets with Fubara, Odili, others in Aso Rock. So that's talking about the saga in Port Harcourt right now.
The political war. It seems to have some.
I was going to say crisis, but then I was like, let me say saga.
Okay, it's going to be a very interesting discussion later on. We do hope that you're going to stay put wherever you are and get to watch that and hear what is really happening in the Rivers State. Will the resolutions be taken or not? That's a question that we're going to ask. Yes, you come out with a communique, you come out with decisions, you have decided that XYZ is going to be done and all that, but there are so many questions that are begging for answers. So when it gets to that time, we do hope that the person who is going to be talking with us, who is eventually a former CPS to the Deputy Governor of Rivers State, will have the insights to whatever the story is.
Yes, anyways, it's the 19th of December, and as usual, we're counting down to Christmas. So we hope you're gearing up, doing all of your shopping, making sure you're spreading love in this season, sharing kindness, and, you know, just being merry, because that's what Christmas is all about.
Yeah, just prepare the hampers for us, because we will be in the studio trying to talk with you and present this program as well. So Christmas to us will not be the same as yours that you'll be having with family and friends. But we're glad that you are part of our own family, and we hope that we are part of yours as well. So think of the hampers you're going to send to us in the studio.
Yeah, so always glad to serve you here on The Breakfast. Anyways, we're going to move over to our top trending stories this morning. And this one says the Court of Appeal sitting in Abuja has affirmed the election of Adamawa State Governor Amadu Umaru Fintiri. The panel of 3 judges on Monday dismissed the appeal filed by Aishatu Dahiru Ahmed Benani and affirmed the decision of the Governorship Election Petition Tribunal. Delivering the judgment, the presiding judge, Justice Tunde Oyebamiji Awotoye, awarded 500,000 naira in favor of each of the 3 respondents. Binani, a candidate of the All Progressive Congress APC, earlier challenged the election of Governor Fintiri, People's Democratic Party, at the Election Petitions Tribunal, alleging several irregularities and substantial non-compliance with the Electoral Act. She hinged her case on the accreditation, improper accreditation, and overvoting, non-accreditation actually, overvoting, violence, and snatching of election materials, among other irregularities. She argued that Fintiri's election could not stand because there were multiple declarations of winners and returns made, according to her. She was earlier declared the winner by the resident electoral commissioner, Hudu Yunusa Ari. As such, she maintained the election had 2 different declarations of a winner. So that is coming from Adamawa State here.
When we were in secondary school, in JSS2, someone came up with a word which has no relationship with the dictionary at all. He will ask you, who gave you the odomodo? like who gave you the guts to do what you're doing right now? And then they were afraid of us, 365 days is not an easy thing, kind of thing. But you know, on a serious note now, how could Binani even go to court to say there were multiple declarations of the winners? Because even the resident electoral commissioner still has a case till now because of what he did. It was very illegal. It was something that he needed to be arrested for and prosecuted, and they went after him. I don't know how that case has reached now, but he still has that case. So there was no official declaration at all. So how is it that she even still went to court?
Saying that she was declared winner.
Even she was a suspect. How could that kind of a thing have happened? So in other crimes, maybe she could also have been answering in the courts. Why did you do this? It's possible that he bribed the person and all that. So and now she went to court and said that there were multiple declarations. I don't know.
And irregularities. I mean, I saw this story developing during the election period, and I'm just like, okay.
What can be more irregular than being announced when you are not even supposed to? The election has not
finished, and you're being announced as winner, and now you're still claiming that you're supposed to be the legitimate winner.
Well, definitions in Nigeria are just something else. We don't know how some words that we thought we knew the definitions in Nigeria, the definitions change. But, you know, that just tells you, at least for me, I think, it shows you how many sycophants go around people, because they must be urging her on. You were the winner. You are the legitimate winner. Go to court, you know. And she will think that these people have her best interest at heart.
They have my back. I have people, you know, galvanizing this whole thing.
At the end of the day, she is the one who will still spend the money.
Yes, because when you go to court, there are legal fees, and at the end of the day, there's every possibility that you're still not going to be declared the winner.
There are so many other things that were awarded against her. I think the 500,000 or so awarded against her, and then she still lost, and so many other things. And
sometimes I wonder, why do people go into all of these legal battles knowing fully well that you might not win? Is it that maybe there's a pat on the back, or you earn stripes to say, oh yes, I've done this, you know, I was a candidate for governorship or presidency, and then even though I did not win, but it's already in my CV. I want to understand it. Like, is there like a portfolio thing that makes you feel, you know, you need that in your portfolio, and then you go ahead to all of these legal battles?
Sometimes it's just to save face. You want to blame someone else, that it is the court that awarded it to the next person. You won't accept the fact that you lost at the polls, which you did. So if we get to that point where we begin to see that losing is not you're not a failure just because you lost at the polls, then we will begin to understand that there's absolutely no reason to be going to court. But the second reason, like I said earlier, is the people around you. They will tell you have a very good case, and the lawyers are not helping anyway.
Obviously, they want to make their money.
You have a very good case, and then go and, you know, go to the Court of Appeal, go to the Supreme Court, wherever it leads you. Go there. You just might have the judgment that you want. People should be able to just own up to whatever happens to them.
I mean, we saw one of our former presidents, Goodluck Jonathan, he conceded defeat. So I think that's the way to go for true democracy. If people are not going to vote for you at this time, it's okay to say, okay, you know what, I understand that you don't need me at this time. However, I might come at another time. We have Abraham Lincoln, who, you know, tried so many times. So that can also happen. Don't say because you failed one time, that means you're a failure. That means you won't come back. And then even if you fail right now, just accept it and know that, okay, you want to come back stronger and better.
Jonathan even had a case that he could have argued out in court and all that, but he placed the interest of the nation above every other thing, and he said, okay, you know what, let me concede. You know, but some people don't even have a case.
Right? I feel like in this election cycle that we've had, it's court cases flying up, down, left, right, everywhere.
This one, who gave her the order model? Okay. The next trending topic is that NAFDAC shuts 240 shops over fake drugs, beverages in Aba. No fewer than 240 shops in Cemetery Road Market, Aba, in Abia State, have been shut down over fake and counterfeit drugs by the National Agency for Food and Drug Administration and Control, NAFDAC. The drugs and other products confiscated were worth more than 700 million naira, according to the Director General of NAFDAC, Professor Moji Adeyeye. Adeyeye said the raid was carried out within the first 2 weeks of December 2023, and that many such raids had been going on in the country. Oh well, Cemetery Road, Aba, notorious spot, and then 240 people or illegal manufacturers and all that. Much as I condemn the fact that they were doing things that were illegal, especially like, changing the dates, expiry dates into something else and all that, it gives me worry. Maybe I don't think straight like the people in authority, but it gives me worry. People are there adulterating or producing fake Hennessy, fake Four Cousins, fake schnapps, fake
like
whatever.
Whiskey.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then they're putting these things out in the market, and the people who do not know, maybe from the labeling that they could identify these things, do not know the difference. You know where I'm going. Which means these people possibly have the capacity to produce those. Yes. But the Nigerian factor will not give them the market, because you produce shoe in Aba, you write made in Italy. People are buying it like Italy made, but it's done in Aba. And if you put made in Aba, they will not buy it. So that is on the one hand, the Nigerian factor. The second thing is, some of these people may be illegal because the process of having approval to operate what they do is so cumbersome that it's tedious. Was it on a program? Yes, a few days ago, when somebody was saying the process of getting goods out of Nigeria, let's say yams, will take like 75 days, which is like 3 months. But in Ghana, nearby, even Benin, it takes you 5 days. So the process might be so tedious that you don't want to go through that, because you might spend all the capital that you want to invest in your business and all that. So some of these things, if we can address the root causes, we wouldn't get to where we are. Yes, it's bad. It's terrible that they will change expiry dates and all that. But there are some that are doing the same things in such a way that you can't tell the difference, except you're an expert. You know how the labeling is done. You have some serial numbers or something and all that. But you can't tell the difference from the taste. So why can't we domesticate this thing?
I know. So here's my understanding about this thing. On one hand, you can make a case for them saying, produce your stuff, and the only reason why you're still putting made in Italy or using these big brands is because you feel like, okay, the Nigerian factor. But have you tried? Because at the end of the day, if it's illegal, it's illegal, right? And if you're lying, your integrity.
I'm condemning that. It is illegal. It's illegal, but when some things are illegal, you have to
definitely NAFDAC needs to think about this. And okay, why are people doing this? Right?
Because when you're talking about putting Italy and all that, remember you asked the question, have you tried? We have car manufacturers in Nigeria, and our legislators that make the laws will tell you that, we need to buy a car from where there is a name. They have a name already. What does that really
trust mean? Those ones better because, they've been in an industry for a while. I know it's ridiculous.
So who's going to give you the backing if the legislators
And then how do we even get revenue, right? We're saying that we want to grow our economy. How do we even do that if we're not going to patronize the products that we have here? We always want to import everything. So guess what? We always need Forex.
Is the process to getting things done that is so cumbersome that a lot of people cut corners? I know, like you said, what is illegal is illegal.
And for me, one thing I cannot condone is when you know that a drug, especially something that the person is going to ingest. I can understand if it's like a fashion item, if it's something that is external. But when someone is going to actually ingest this thing and their health is at stake. I know of someone, a very popular musician that died of, I think he was sick, he had malaria or something like that, and then he bought a drug that was fake, and he died. So guess what? You're putting people's lives at risk. And for that, I think you should go to jail. There's nothing anyone is going to tell me. I think you should go to jail
agree.
because it's a no-brainer. You never go there. If you're saying, okay, we're producing snakeskin bags, come on, we have alligators, we have snakes, we have, all of these things. We can produce this stuff. If you're producing that and you say you want to put it made in Italy, I don't have a problem, but still just know that your integrity is at stake. It is illegal.
It's illegal.
Yes.
But guess what? These companies or illegal people have existed for a very long time. And NAFDAC only did the raid now, which means there are people in authority that they are settling.
Of course, no, that's definite now. That's definite.
So many things come to play.
In fact, so there's a shop that I buy all of my groceries from in Lagos Island. So I love to buy in bulk because, that's the only way I can economize. And a lot of shops in Lagos Island, guess what? They have contrabands. There are lots of things we're not supposed to be importing into the country. Guess what? NAFDAC will go there, raid their shops, close it down maybe for like 2-3 days. They settle with like 3 million. Their shop is open again. So there are people in these authorities that, they just settle, give them some money and, they sweep it under the carpet.
Yeah, well, still, while we are playing the devil's advocate for people to get it a little bit easy, like you go to the south, you have Wofire, the illegal refineries. We don't have fuel in this country. There are people who are refining it, and nobody has complained that this fuel is not good enough, which means we have the technological know-how. But why are people still cutting corners? Some of them will say it's because to get a license to do that is very, very difficult and all that. But while we're playing the devil's advocate and asking the government to do better, what is illegal, like Ruma said, is illegal. So go through all the... A business should not exist on its own. It's easier when you have a partnership. So if you think your funds cannot take you through the process, partner with someone else. 2, 3, 4, 5. That's why people buy shares. That's why people... 2
good heads.
Yes.
I was going to say 2 heads are better than one, but 2 good heads. The heads have to be good. 2 good heads are better than one.
Okay,
let's move over to the next top trending story. And we have Soyinka condemns EFCC's unjust detention of Agunloye, demands immediate release. Nobel laureate Professor Wole Soyinka has criticized the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, over the unjust detention of a former Minister of Power, Dr. Olu Agunloye, noting that it was in total contempt of sense and justice. Soyinka, in a release on Monday, said that the arrest of Agunloye over the Mambila Power Project by the Anti-Graft Commission was questionable, adding that it was not the first time he would have to scold the high-handed and illegal conduct of the EFCC. The elder statesman hence asked the EFCC to release all its prisoners or, in the alternative, equally arrest and detain all those involved in this mammoth scam of the Mambila Power Project. Soyinka wrote, concerning governance, there is never any moment too early, nor demand too drastic, in calling for the overhaul of security agencies where their activities intrude on the fundamental rights of the citizens. The practice of the citizen detention at the whim of either religious blackmail or secular arrogation demands curtailment at source, most especially when exercised in the defiance of the law and the pronouncements of its agencies. Anything less goes to remind us that anarchy remains a choice for citizens' recourse with unpredictable consequences. Soyinka also focused his statement on the basis of individual fundamental human rights of Mr. Agunloye, declaring the merits or demerits of the charges raised against him over a 16-year-old project that bears the name Mambila as the business of the courts of law. He further raised the question of how the detention of any former public servant under circumstances such as this serve public interest by the pursuit of justice through such arbitrary exercise of power. I mean, I agree with Soyinka. Let's not arrest one person and leave another one.
Yeah.
Arrest everybody.
Emefiele is in jail
Investigate
now.
everybody.
The president is out. Emefiele is the one facing the music for policies he made in his capacity as the CBN governor. We shouldn't make him get arrested anyway. But if he did steal at that time, well,
of
good.
course, he should
but
be
there
arrested.
are the policies that he made that had the nod of the president at that time. So why will he be the fall guy? Everything now in Nigeria, they just look for a fall guy, and then you are the one who gets arrested. Maybe they settle you in one way or the other, and then every other person works free. We talk about the fuel subsidy scam. Till now, we've not seen anybody that has been arrested or indicted even for this scam. And then there's a lot. There are a lot of people who are involved in this. Nobody's talking about it because you talk about one person, it stains another and all that. So maybe they're looking for a way
to cover up.
Yeah. Then when the fall guy comes, someone they can pinpoint and say, okay, you are the one who caused this. He goes to jail for everybody else.
Yeah.
And then,
I mean, there's even been rumors of people funding Boko Haram for the longest time.
yes. And they've been telling us they have the list.
Yes. But you're not hearing anything, you're not seeing anything, there's nobody that's been indicted, there's nobody that's been prosecuted, there's no investigation even that we know of. And I think we need to get to a place of, when you say something is true and pure, our democracy needs to be true and pure, our system of government needs to be true and pure. You can't try to cut corners in some ways. You can't try to say, oh, I have connection with this person, so therefore I will let this person off the hook, and make sure that other people serve their time. Everyone, as long as you do wrong, you should answer for it. Yes, there are consequences to these things, and you should face the
Trump
music.
is answering for whatever he did.
Even as of right now, and
Biden is
president.
answering, even as the sitting president, for the things. In fact, they're thinking of impeaching him and all that. And then in Nigeria, you just walk scot-free. People, I think it's misplacement of priorities. For instance, in Lagos here, have you ever heard them talking about the fact that Lagos is sinking? There have been reports upon reports year after year that in the next maybe 50 years Lagos might sink.
Yeah.
And then they're not saying this. Because if you begin to say things like this, people begin to understand that, okay, there are some things that they don't need to do. You tell them don't throw waste into the gutters and all that. They don't even know the consequences. Okay, if it floods, there's going to be dry season one day and all that. But Lagos is the second ranked city marked for sinking by the early 2100. So if that is the case, and they say it is sinking by 0.3 inches every year, nobody's talking about it. We're talking about things that are not even important.
Eco Atlantic, I'm buying a condo there.
Yeah, so right now we're reclaiming land in Lagos. Everywhere you go to where there's some kind of water, we will pour sand on it and then we reclaim the land. Water.
You know one thing about water? I was about to say
water
that.
finds its level, no matter how you try to do it, except you channel it well. And I'm not sure there's any channeling here in Lagos. It's just to reclaim. We are reclaiming from who? Water will come back up.
That's scary.
And even that 50 years may be too long for Lagos to sink. We should start talking about this, especially after we just concluded a COP28.
Right.
We should be talking about these things. So maybe we'll get an expert one day that will tell us what really are the consequences and all that.
All right, we'll go on a quick break. Well, Up the Press is up next, where we'll be looking at what the national dailies are saying this morning. But first, let's look at the weather. Stay with us.
For upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Thank you for staying with us. It's time for Off the Press, where we'll be looking at what the national dailies are saying this morning. And joining us to review the papers is Chris Kehinde Nwandu, as a member of the Chartered Institute of Arbitrators in the UK, but he's joining us here in Lagos State. Good morning, Mr. Chris. Thank you for joining us.
And the journalist, good morning. Let me claim that, you know, the journalist.
Okay, yes, you're a journalist.
We are hoping that you are making money through your legal prowess, because this is a time where every politician is going to court.
Yes.
So maybe you are making so much money. We have to pronounce.
It's a piece of making the billions.
So I don't live, unless I don't live, I'm a journalist.
But we have off-cycle elections that just finished, so definitely something is coming from there. Anyways, let's move over to the papers. So we're going to be looking at Punch first this morning, and the major headline here says National Assembly may pass budget. SAT 541 MDAs end defense. And the riders here says Senate reps to harmonize appropriation bill. I Saturday for passage. Senate spokesperson. And we also have committees submitting reports. January to December budget cycle will be sustained, says committee chair. What are your thoughts on this one?
Yes, it's good that the Senate not Senate, sorry, the National Assembly has stopped his job making sure that the budget is passed. And I'm surprised at the sweetness at which they were able to tidy up the budget as it were and ready to pass it. In the past, we had several challenges. One, in the past, has been that this budget, you don't get to see it presented till early the next year, and that became the problem. I think that the cycle was corrected by the last administration of President Muhammadu Buhari. Secondly, you come to see that most of the ministries, MDs and MDs, at times find it difficult to come and defend their budget, and that in itself causes a lot of delay. Then the third one is that when the National Assembly also seeks some clarification on some of these budgets, then most of them will be able to deliver most of what is required or what they ask of them. One is to how they spent the last budget, the money allocated to them, and what they used it to. The last budget. Then the big elephant in the house has always been padding. I'm sure you remember padding and padding. And that the budget, especially also the part of the members of the National Assembly, that have been a problem. But good enough, it seems to have gotten their hearts right. And that this budget is passed too. But time and time again, I've always said that it's not passing the budget is not the problem for me. The part is the implementation, because most of it, and at the end of the year, you come to see that most of our budget don't even cross the 50% threshold, 50% threshold of implementation, and that in itself becomes a problem. Then the last leg is, yes, it's a budget, it's an estimate. How we're going to fund the budget will also be a major problem. It has to be a major problem, because you come to see that we are going to be borrowing to service, we will borrow and service debt, and most of this borrowing are also going to visit. So we should be able to think out of the box and find ways and means of generating enough revenue that we can be able to implement the budget. The budget is predicated on certain things. I think it's about $70 per, $70 per barrel of crude oil. And we hope that we'll be able to sustain that with what is happening across the globe in between Israel and Hamas, happening in Ukraine. Of late now, the latest government is that Houthi rebels are now attacking those ships, shipping crude oil to some parts of the world, and that in itself is taking into a movement of crude across the globe. That some ships that now have to pass through longer routes to get to their destination. So, but all in all, let us say, but the problem is that we must also be able to make sure that we are spending more on capital budgets rather than just recurrent, which has always been. Capital budget is what it is supposed to be. Then, when we get these loans, let us also know what these loans are used for. It's not just collecting loans, we are collecting loans. As if collecting loans is going out of fashion. But these loans must be pegged to certain projects which must be told, Nigerians must be told. Because it's not the money of the president, it's not the money of the National Assembly, it's the money of Nigerians.
Okay, so talking about implementation, I mean, this administration is about 7 months in. Can you trust this administration to actually implement all of the things in this budget and to be able to save up even with the budget, because we're talking about loans now. So are they going to be able to use the money judiciously?
Not just this government, there's always a deficit trust when it comes to relationship between the people and the government. Because government is said one thing on one side and relate. So it's not just about the budget alone. Look at the palliatives, the promises that I'm sticking to this government, and the palliatives promises they made to Nigerians that they're going to give out. Just 1 month, you saw the 35,000 naira that promised that they've been on that. That is one. The palliatives is to be in the pockets of the government officials and also governors. The only state that I know that is distributing palliatives in Borno State. You have seen what that governor is doing in that state, that war ravaged state. And that man has become an example of what governor should be. Go to other places, including my state. I don't know what my governor is doing. Nobody seems to have gotten the palliatives. So it's not just passing the budget, implementation. Yes, I've told you that the indices, yes, the budget may look robust, but the fact is that implementation will always be a problem. One, we have enough money to be able to implement the budget, and will they be able to follow it through? A situation where we use our money budgeted to buy SUV jeeps because our roads are bad, according to them, where we're going to use 15 billion naira to build the house of the vice president. Right. Where we are buying presidential yachts, although they told us not to be, they can send that to the marine. So it is being focused and tight, and making sure that all the indices and all the businesses is well implemented. But anything short of that, then we are back to where we used to.
Yeah, when we were talking about the government needing to find ways and means to fund the budget, I was just laughing because that word or that phrase, ways and means, reminded me of what happened in the last government, where they were borrowing and borrowing from the central bank and even from the pensions fund and so many other places, and I was laughing. But my concern is, I don't know if the time between the presentation of the budget and the passing of the budget is enough for them to scrutinize the budget the way it should be scrutinized. Because, okay, for instance, in this short period, 541 MDAs have ended their defense. There could be more that need to do that. But the hurry is that they should pass the budget before it enters January. Is the craze for starting a budget in January worth it? Let me just say worth it. Because if you are in a hurry to pass the budget so that you can start from January, we know that, okay, we're starting this year with this budget, and then you fail to do what you're supposed to do, which means the padding you were talking about may be there and they might not even see it, maybe deliberately or otherwise. But is the time enough? Is it because we're just trying to start the budget in January and then we can't do anything in the short time that we are given?
I'll cut them a slack and give them the benefit of the doubt. From what I had, they had about close to 130 or 125 committees that looked into the budget. So I want to believe that they have a wherewithal and they've done a very thorough job on this. And so I'll give them the benefit. It's something that It's nothing new. So, but then don't forget my brother. After all, that's the state. As a state, where they pass budget of into powers, what they talk. So, those states where they pass budget to into powers. But on a more serious note, I think they must have done what they do. They might not be able to capture everything, but by the time they finally pass it, and the budget as you see it, the budget does not come back the way it was presented to them. You will see a lot of changes. There will be instances where they remove certain budget heads and put it in other ones. And remember what happened in the supplementary budget, how the issue of the presidential yacht was removed by the National Assembly, and now I think we move into the scholarship scheme of the scholarship scheme. So that is what normally happens. There will be very, very instances where a lot of rejigging was going to be done and the rest of it. But the fact is that they want this budget to start implementing. This is going to be the very first budget that this government, the Tinubu government, is going to present and is going to be implementing. What they implemented the last time was a budget that was prepared by Muhammadu Buhari till June, but then what they had to celebrate a supplementary budget to that. So I don't see any problem. If there's any problem, I'm sure they will find a problem.
All right, let's move over to Rivers State. So here on the Punch and as well as the Guardian, we have this one that says Fubara Wike reach truce as Tinubu intervenes again. And at the Guardian, it says Tinubu brokers truce as Fubara Wike sign peace agreement. So we know the saga that has been happening in Rivers State. I mean, we've seen the news of Wike even speaking about don't break the ladder. I think those were the words you used. Yeah. Don't pull the ladder, right? So what is your take on all of this? Everything that has been happening in Rivers State, as well as President Tinubu coming in to make sure that he's an agent of peace between both parties.
To me, that is the most ridiculous agreement I've seen since 1999, when we resumed this democracy. An agreement that is about 90%, 95% lopsided towards to favor Nyesom Wike. To me, it's not an agreement. And I continue to ask, which kind of a governor is this Fubara? This does the man probably Wike knew that he's weakly. My words, that is a weakly. That's why I picked it, because this man has not behaved like a governor at all. What Wike is doing now is what Wike wouldn't take when he was governor of Rivers State. Right. He wouldn't listen to anybody. I'm sure you know that.
Yes, there was.
Wike will not listen to any president. Wike will not listen to anybody. So, but now Wike wants a governor to listen to him. And you look at out of the eight agreement, it is only one that you said that if had, which is why that they should stop the implement impeachment procedure. Every other thing was, and to me, this is not democracy. This is not democracy, because to me, this is more of dictatorship. Where, yes, in as much as they say, oh, we had stakeholders from Rivers State, we had the governor, we had some people from Rivers State who were there to be able to sign it. But to me, the governor would have much to be able to sign this, and I don't know why it's not. Let me tell you, in my place, we have a saying that if you kill a snake and you know come out the head, you cannot be too sure that snake don't die. Because at any given time, if you just, you see so many times you kill a snake and don't totally sever the head, it will come back to haunt you. This issue, one, let us look at the issue of reinstatement of 27 or 26 members of the legislative branch that have been camped to another party. That is a constitutional issue. That is not an issue to be decided by President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. To me, is also a stakeholder, is a concerned interest. He's in APC, he's leader of the APC party. So he's a concerned, so he cannot take a decision on issue like that. That I expect the governor to follow this through and go to the court and declare the seat of these people. Let us follow it to the Supreme Court. Let the Supreme Court take a decision, because Section 109 sub 1 already is very, very clear on issue of the defection. You say that they should represent them, and you should not take the budget that was passed by the other and take it back and lay it before them so that they can pass it. That is one. Secondly, that all the commissioners who resigned look the word, check the word, resign. They were not sacked. They were not sacked by the government. They voluntarily resigned their position. You say they must reabsorb them and send their names back to the State House of Assembly to be approved. Then what are we talking? What are we that he must not dissolve local governments at his will. So everything is just, and I ask yourself, which kind of democracy? Well, that is Fubara, that is for him. That is between him and the people of Rivers State. But I just hope that he has not dug his grave, because he who rides at the back of a tiger, most often than not, ends up in the stomach. So if he knows what is good for him and he thinks that this is the best he can do, I wish him good luck. But to me, this is just barbarish. This is not what democracy is all about.
Well, we know that the governor hasn't accepted all of these terms yet, but we're just waiting to see how the story would unfold. And at the end of the day, it's the growth of Rivers State we're talking about here, and we can only hope that both Nyesom Wike and Fubara, they come together to reach an agreement that is amicable between both parties. It's Nyesom Wike is his principal, right? And you would expect that maybe he wants some form of loyalty.
Who's principal? At this time, it's not. It's like you're a teacher. You're a teacher, and then your student grows to a point of independence, and you're still saying you have to come and kneel down because you're coming.
Thank you, my brother. Is it not the prayer of every father that the son should be
true?
I'm more successful than you.
I'm trying to play devil's advocate here.
I see.
I'm trying to play devil's advocate here, right? Sir, I hear you. I hear you too, Yamgo. I'm just saying, I'm sure Nyesom Wike wants some form of loyalty. That, I'm your principal. I mean, we've seen things like that even happen in Lagos State as well. I'm your principal, still give me the accolades that I deserve. But you can say he's pushing it too far. So my thoughts here are just, they should both reach...
Fubara learned from the best.
Wow.
So, yes.
Fantastic. You're on point, my brother.
From the best.
When we start hearing the music, day your day. I just said the man don't day in day. I didn't know that this guy did nothing day for this day. Not just this band that is just nothing day. But I hope, and this is on the most serious, I hope that we are not going to have what happened in the 60s, what was known as the Aburi Accord. I'm sure you remember what the Aburi Accord. You remember what the Aburi Accord is all about?
Yeah.
Where Modime Bojuku and Gowon went to Aburi in Ghana to sign an accord and saying that, we'll find a truce that everybody day your day and let's move on. And only for them to come back to Nigeria and what's his name? General Gowon was told by certain individuals in Nigeria, how you go sign this kind of thing? Do you know what he go do? You go sign out before you know it. He say, one and say, no, I do not believe in Aburi. That was how the war started, and that is how the 1967. So I hope this is not Fubara will not go back. And as I bet, I've said it time. I will repeat myself. This is the most ridiculous agreement I ever seen in recent history in Nigeria recently, and I don't know why the governor decided to do what he did. But let's wait and see. And I repeat myself, he who rides at the back of the tiger most often than not ends up in his stomach. And I hope that, I believe, and I hope that the governor has not talked his grave, quote and unquote, on this situation, because we are giving back power to those that want you out. It's just a matter of time, and you see what will happen. I would have thought that you're already having some kind of leverage in the judiciary or in the court. You should have followed that through. He has given some level of legitimacy, which has given him a leverage to be able to do some of the things that. And for goodness sake, if you look at the commissioners that resigned, almost all the key ministries were in the hands of Wike. Ministry of Finance, AGF, Transport, name it. So how many of them, how are these guys going to be loyal to the government? How is he going to implement most of this need to implement? It's a difficult, but let's wait and see. In Rivers in the past a week or 2 weeks, we have been seeing at once in 2, at 1 and 2 in 3. Maybe we're going to see at 3 in 4 as it is.
Okay, let's move to Daily Independent. The headline we're taking now is federal government should prioritize taming inflation, not a $1 trillion economy. The writers are analysts label $1 trillion economy target as unrealistic And they say decline in inflation will lead to increase in naira value. We'd like to have your take.
I totally agree. Our inflation rate has reached about 28% as of last time. That is the highest in so many years now. So the one of the worst in the whole of Sub-Saharan Africa. And we are not, Nigerians are not smiling. This is Christmas. You can now imagine how many Nigerians can be able to buy a chicken. A chicken is going for about 16,000 naira. My sister should know better. Because when I did they charge. So you know how much a mudu of rice is, a mudu of beans, a mudu of. You see now she's adding.
I mean, I went to the market yesterday and the prices were ridiculous.
Exactly. That is just on one side. Then look at transportation as well. A lot of people are not going to travel this Christmas because they cannot afford transportation. Transportation is a one-way transport to the east is about 30-something thousand naira now. The flight, not even go to flight. A flight ticket to Owerri from Lagos is about 230 to 240. I'm not talking of return ticket. I'm talking of one way. So those are the issues and those are the trends. Then for those that are parents, don't forget that by the time they come back in January, they're going to pay school fees. That one is still there. They are going to pay housing. So it is a no-win-win situation. Nigerians are indebted, and that is why we wanted to see the government hit the ground running. The president, when he was in his inauguration speech, said that he knows what the problem is, that he knows that it's not going to be easy, but he's going to hold his sleeves and tackle this clearly. And I hope you sit down and tackle, because Nigerians are not smiling in all fronts. Are you talking about the economy as we're talking about? Are we talking about the dollar? Are we talking about the price of fuel, diesel, and the ease of doing business in Nigeria? Practically all the SMEs have practically died and collapsed. People are losing the rate of employment in Nigeria is on a high. So while you are targeting a $1 trillion economy, the fact remains that whatever you target, it does not translate into the pocket of average Nigerians, and they're able to make ends with them. But it's not looking good at all. As I said, the inflation rate is probably between 27 and 28%. It's not, which is terrible.
Well, we can only hope that it is being tamed, because I mean, my bank account is not smiling right now. It's red. It is red. So we're hoping that something can be done. So I mean, people can just afford the basic amenities of life easily. And not that you're struggling. But anyways, let's move to Daily Trust. And this major headline here says, "Not out of school children, population time bomb." That's the federal government. And the riders here are 680,000 in Kaduna, over 500,000 in Gombe. Bauchi mobilizing resources for educational projects. Bala Mohammed. 3,963 teachers in public schools fail qualifying exam nationwide. And finally, over 50% of private schools teachers unqualified. This is by the TRCN. I'm sure we know a lot. So I think we've had a conversation about this, all the Amajiris, on the streets.
Yes.
There's children that are supposed to be in school and they're not in school. And obviously, if you're not teaching them and educating them, they don't even have the resources to become better citizens in future. But now that they're saying it's a population time bomb, what do you think about that?
Yeah, you're very right. You remember we discussed this issue some weeks back when we were talking about the issue of Amachari in the north, and also where it was said that some states in the north spent about 50 billion naira for scholarship to abroad for certain individuals, and we are saying that if that money is pumped into the education sector in the north, then we won't have most of the problem we are having now. Is a time bomb that is, time bomb, they time it from probably 10, they time it from maybe 20 minutes, 10 minutes, or 15 minutes. This time bomb is going to about 2 minutes now, and the next thing is 1 minute, then before you know it, it will explode. The rate of poverty in the north, the rate of children out of school in the north is on a high. And I said it last time that I visited some part of the north, including Bauchi, Gombe, Katsina, Kaduna. And what I saw was shocking. The number of children roaming the street, carrying plates and begging, in tatters and intact. These are children that are supposed to be in school, and they continue to ask, what is the essence of having children if you cannot give them the basic education, especially primary and secondary school? If the government, this is something government can do. You can put all these children in primary and secondary school and still fed for them. The former government of Goodluck Jonathan came up with the what's the name? They called us, I can't remember. That's a majority system.
Yeah, we remember that.
Yes, the majority school system, where schools were built, and they were made sure that these children find their way back in the classroom, and everybody was happy with it. But immediately that government left, and you think that a government like that of Muhammadu Buhari, who is also somebody, yes, president of Nigeria, but somebody from the north, who ought to know better, supposed to have sustained that policy. He didn't, and that policy died naturally. So Daily Trust is not telling us anything that is new, but the fact then you duplicate this on the what is happening at the ID count and the number of people at the ID counts, and about over 1 million people are in ID counts in most parts of the north. In fact, in Borno alone, I think there are over 500,000. A majority of them are children who practically have nothing to do. And as we say in this part of the world, the devil, an idle hand, the devil worship, because when they don't have anything to do, they don't go to school, they don't have any work, then they become very, very prone to all the terrorists who now recruit them and use them to perpetrate all sorts of evil. Because it's somebody that has not eaten, and you see somebody that can give you food, bread, and whatever, and say, come, let me give you some jobs. Definitely, they will just give them, and that's it. It is even that is why you see the high rate of banditry in the north. Most of the people being used are children of the poor who cannot find a way into school. Because if you are in school, the possibility of luring you out to come and go into the bush, start kidnapping people, start killing people, and the rest of them. So I hope this government should not lose its eye on the ball, because it is a time bomb that will do nobody any good. Any little step in the security system, because we already have serious security problem, not only in the north, even the south, which is why also we are saying that I am also advocating that we should find a political solution to the problem especially as it has to do with Nnamdi Kanu. Yes, the Supreme Court have made its own, but we can find a political solution so that the fragile peace, seemingly that seems to be going on, will not explode in the next few weeks, because some non-state actors are taking advantage of the continuing incarceration of Nnamdi Kanu to perpetrate all sorts of evil and insecurity. Coupled with the guy that is in Finland that is giving order every day, asking people to stay at home every Monday. If we can be able to find a solution, a good solution to the shop now, and it comes out, and we reach an kind of agreement, I think it also douse the level of insecurity. Now, Southwest, a lot of kidnapping is going on along the Lagos-Ibadan Expressway. Now, I'm sure you've heard of that.
Yeah.
A lot of people have been kidnapped in the past 1 week, going to 2 weeks. I don't know whether it's because of Christmas season or whatever, but a lot of people are being kidnapped. So the issue of Amotekun should be revitalized and put in a better perspective, so that we have a lot of insecurity problem around.
Yeah, that's why we're glad. That's why we're glad that Afenifere is trying to proffer some alternative solutions to the security problem in the country. But be that as it may, we need to wrap it up at this moment right now. Chris, we'd like to thank you for coming on the show this morning.
Thank you.
Don't forget my chicken. Don't forget my chicken. Thank
no
you
problem.
Okay.
No problem. We'll get you that chicken.
All right, we've been speaking to Chris Kehinde Wando, who is a member of the Chartered Institute of Arbitrators in the UK, but he was joining us here in Lagos State. We'll take a short break, and when we return, we'll be talking about the NNPCL pledging to produce 2 million barrels of crude daily. Stay with us. Thank you for staying with us. You're still watching The Breakfast on Plus TV Africa. And now, NNPCL has pledged to produce 2 million barrels of crude oil daily. Joining us to discuss all of this is Nick Aguli, a public affairs analyst. Good morning, Nick. Thank you for joining us.
Good morning, and good morning to our viewers.
Good morning. Thank you. Okay, so let's just get straight to the crux of the matter. NNPCL has pledged to produce 2 million barrels of crude oil daily. As of right now, we are currently producing about 1.35 million barrels. Can we get to 2 million barrels so quickly that they are pledging for that at the moment?
I think we need to clarify the statement of the NNPC because something doesn't seem to be right. The 1.3 million that you have quoted is Nigeria's crude oil production. That is not NNPC's crude oil production. It's Nigeria's crude oil production, meaning the entirety of the production in Nigeria by all the upstream operators in Nigeria, including the international oil companies, the indigenous operators, and the NNPC itself. So when NNPC says we are going to produce 2 million barrels of crude oil per day, they needed to clarify whether the 2 million barrels is Nigeria's crude oil production, or this is crude oil that will be produced by the NNPC itself. Because the last time I checked, I was actually trying to check current numbers, so I don't have current numbers. But the last time I was aware, the NNPC as a company were producing around about 150,000 barrels of crude oil per day through their upstream entity, which was called the Nigerian Petroleum Development Company. That was the name of the upstream company in the NNPC. And that upstream company, the headquarters is in Benin on Sapele Road. I know them very well. So that was NNPC production. The last time I knew it was about 150,000. So when they say they are going to produce 2 million barrels, I am saying, is it the NNPC that want to grow their production from 150,000 barrels to 2 million barrels, or they are referring to Nigeria's production, currently at about 1.3 million, 1.4 million barrels to 2 million barrels. So I think we need to ask the NNPC to clarify what they mean here, because it's not very clear.
But let us at this point assume that it is going to be the totality of what is produced in Nigeria. Remember that the OPEC gave Nigeria a quota that they have not been able to meet and all that. So we are worried that, okay, now that they're projecting 2 million barrels per day in 2024, what were the problems in the first place that made them not able to get to that benchmark that was given to them by OPEC? And then how are they addressing them? Are they going to be able to address them so much so that they're going to have 2 million barrels per day in 2024? You are in the oil sector. Enlighten us. Do you think the problems that made them not able to produce up to the quota that was given to them will totally disappear in 2024 and enable them get to 2 million barrels per day?
It's a very valid question. And, I think Nigeria has a real budget problem, which we're not even talking about. Because our OPEC quota was 1.7 million barrels last year or this year that we're finishing. And we couldn't meet up with that OPEC quota. So for 2024, OPEC has slashed our quota down to 1.38 million barrels. Meanwhile, Nigeria's budget is predicated on 1.7 million barrels of crude oil production every day. I think it's 1.78 million barrels every day at $77 per barrel oil price. And if we cannot grow our production to 1.7 million barrels, which is the valid point that you are making here, that what magic is going to be at play to enable us add 400,000 barrels of crude oil production every day to the numbers that we're currently churning out, to enable us to meet up with the budgetary provision. If we can't foresee that happening, then it means that Nigeria's 2024 budget is already in crisis. Because if we cannot generate the revenue to fund the budget, then two things will have to happen. It's either we will not implement the budget fully, or we have to go and borrow again to fund the budget. So the question is that at 1.3 million barrels now, what is going to happen if we are to grow production to 1.78 million barrels? Given my experience in the oil industry, I worked in the oil industry for over 20 years here in Nigeria and overseas. I know it is possible, given the capacity that we have. Let's not forget, this country, Nigeria, produced over 2 million barrels of crude oil per day previously. I used to work for Shell in Nigeria. And at the time I worked for Shell in the late 90s into the 2000s, Shell alone as a company produced over 1 million barrels of crude oil per day. Shell alone. We want to talk about all the other operators. So it means we have the capacity installed for us to grow production to 2 million barrels. The question is that, is the government courageous enough, sincere enough to face the issues that are militating against our producing 2 million barrels? If they are, yes, we can achieve it. But if they are not, and they continue to pay lip service to the issues, then we are not going to be able to achieve that. Because as we speak today, the government itself acknowledges that about 1 million barrels of our crude production is being stolen. So if the government arrests that situation and say, look, you will steal 1 barrel of crude oil and we will fix an appointment with God for you, then the stealing of crude oil will stop. We have a Nigeria with the armed forces. We have the army, the navy, we have the air force, who are superintended over by a chief of defense staff. Each of these armed forces have a chief, and then the chief of defense staff is there. Then we have Nigeria Security and Civil Defense. We have police. we have a DIA, we have MIA, we have all sorts of security apparatus in Nigeria, and yet we had to turn to a private security firm to come and provide security to our oil installations. You know, in a way that suggests that, look, this entire architecture, because let's not forget, even this budget that we're talking about, defense carries the highest chunk of the budget every year, year in, year out. This time around, same thing. You know, so we spend money on security, and the security is not being provided. So we now have to spend more money to go and bring in a private security firm to come and police our oil infrastructure. This is what I'm talking about, sincerity in government, because I know that if President Tinubu wants to deal with once and for all the issues in our oil industry in Nigeria, he can do so, but he has to be prepared to take on the powers that be, those who are behind the stealing of this crude oil, those who are sponsoring these people, those who are their cover. He has to be ready to say, between you guys and Nigerians, I am going to side with Nigerians. So business as usual has ended. Is the president ready to take on this fight? That is the million naira question. I want to say $1 million. Let me say that's 1 billion naira question that is on the table.
Okay, so since we're on the premise of NNPCL might not be the one producing all of this crude oil, which is 1.35, yes, thereabout. Dangote is about to produce as well, and Dangote is
producing fuel, not crude oil.
Yeah.
We're talking about crude oil right now.
Okay,
yeah.
But then with the fact that Dangote is coming in as well, is there a possibility that Dangote might start to produce to help, or are there going to be other companies who would come to ensure that we can also produce this quota that we have of about 2 million?
Of course, Nigeria's oil and gas industry is very attractive to investors globally. Even now, it's still very much attractive to investors globally. But before I even make one comment, I think there is something I would like to say. You know, the NNPC is the biggest problem in the Nigeria's oil and gas industry. We speak about this thing all the time. A lot of Nigerians actually even think that the NNPC is a regulator, is some sort of government company. I mean, it's a regulator of the oil industry. A lot of Nigerians don't understand that the regulator of the oil industry used to be the Department for Petroleum Resources, DPR, that is now defunct. With the passage of the Petroleum Industry Act, the Department of Petroleum Resources is now being split into two. So there is a regulator for the upstream business, which is the Upstream Commission, and then there's a regulator for the downstream business, which is the Downstream Authority. So we have a commission regulating upstream, an authority regulating downstream. The NNPC is actually a player. I mean, let me use the central bank so that maybe Nigerians can get this better. The banking sector is regulated by the central bank. So the central bank is a regulator. The central bank is regulating the Zenith banks, the GT banks, the Fidelity banks, the Union banks, the First banks, the UBA. In the oil industry, the equivalent of the central bank in the oil industry is not the NNPC, it is the Upstream Commission for upstream and the Downstream Authority for downstream. The NNPC is just like Zenith Bank, it's just like UBA, it's just like Fidelity Bank or name any bank. The NNPC is a player in the oil industry. It's a company that should be making profit for Nigeria. But what the NNPC has done, which President Tinubu should be looking into things like this is, when the NNPC, so imagine that, let me go back to banking to make it very clear for Nigerians. So imagine that in Nigeria, the government of Nigeria owns a bank that is competing with Zenith and Union Bank and all. Call it Nigeria-owned bank. Instead of Nigeria-owned bank making their own profit and using it to pay their staff and pay all their costs, what they do is that They go and gather the profit of Zenith Bank, Union Bank, UBA, everything into their own account. And then they now start using that money to pay their staff when their staff themselves are producing little or nothing. This is what is happening in the oil industry. And I hope this analogy is painting the true picture of what is happening, because the NNPC as a company, instead of producing their own crude oil, producing their own gas, refining their own crude oil, and doing all that, they are not doing any of those things. The NNPC have been spending humongous money exploring for crude oil in the northern Nigeria. Since I was born, they have been exploring for crude oil in northern Nigeria. They have not succeeded in producing one single barrel of crude oil in the whole of northern Nigeria. If they have, I will need someone to contradict me. Even in the southern Nigeria, the Niger Delta where they are, like I said, the last time their production was a measly 150,000 barrels per day. This NNPC, without doing much, now goes to take the crude oil produced by Chevron, by Mobil, by Shell, and then they sell it. When they sell it, they bring the money into the NNPC. They spend the money into the NNPC. It is what is left that they now transfer to the Federation account. And as we know, for a long time now, they have not been putting much in the Federation account. The question is that, how will Shell and Mobil and Chevron give NNPC the crude oil that they are producing? The reason is because Chevron, Shell, Mobil, all those international oil companies in Nigeria are running joint ventures with the government of Nigeria.
Yeah.
So, like I worked in Chevron, I know that the government of Nigeria owns 60% of that joint venture, and Chevron 40%. I work for Shell. I know, and nobody's telling me, I know that the government of Nigeria owns 55% of that joint venture, and then for the 45% used to be owned by 3 international oil companies, which they have all almost sold to indigenous operators now. So what happens is that if Chevron produces 1 million barrels of crude oil, 600,000 belongs to the government of Nigeria, while 400,000 belong to Chevron Corporation in the US. The NNPC goes to take that 600,000 barrels from Chevron and sells it, and then they take the money into the NNPC. So imagine the Zenith Bank, if it's a government bank, going to UBA to go and take the money that UBA is making on behalf of government. Then they put the proceeds in the NNPC, they sell it, and then they not spend the money on themselves. It will interest you to know that the NNPC is paying some of the highest salaries in Nigeria, and the monies are not coming from the revenues that they are generating. The monies are coming from the crude oil produced on behalf of Nigeria by international oil companies in joint venture with the government of Nigeria and the Nigerian people consequently. And they are spending this money. If President Tinubu is interested in reforms in the oil industry, the first thing he must do is to take the NNPC away from the crude oil that is being produced for Nigeria by the international oil companies. Remove NNPC's hands from it. If President Tinubu likes, he can create a department in the presidency or even in the Ministry of Petroleum and say you are the one responsible for taking the crude oil from Chevron, from Shell, from Total, from Agip, from Mobil, and selling it on behalf of the government. And once you sell it, put the money straight into the Federation account, so that the NNPC should either swim or sink on their own oil. They should cook their own, because you see, if the NNPC were not taking the crude oil produced for Nigeria by these IOCs, the NNPC would have long been bankrupt. Either they would have been bankrupt or they would have become more serious. More serious in the sense that they have 4 refineries that, as we speak, are refining 0 barrels of crude oil. They needed to get the refineries to be working so that they can make money and pay their staff. If they don't refine, the staff get nothing. But right now, they don't refine as they are doing now. The oil coming from the IOCs is there feeding them. So this is one message that President Tinubu must take on board. Remove the NNPC, which is a clear business, away from Nigeria's share of joint venture crude oil production let the NNPC work for themselves and pay their salaries. That is the first thing that President Tinubu must do. And then subsequently, to answer your question whether we can grow this production, like I say, we have capacity for 2 million barrels. That capacity is still on the ground. We only need to take certain steps to unlock it. Like if we deal with security, we will unlock it. If we deal with NNPC share, okay, so that's another problem I want to talk about. Because, let's say, using the Chevron joint venture, the government has 60% of the joint venture. Chevron wants to spend $1 billion to produce oil. Nigerian government must bring $600 million, while Chevron Corporation US will bring $400 million. Because Nigeria is finding it difficult to fund the joint venture, you find out that Chevron's program is not being operated. And that is the same thing with all the other JVs in Shell, in Mobil, in Total Energy, and all of that. So if the government is not bringing the money, then the plan to produce more oil in Nigeria is stalled. So if the government decides that instead of funding these joint ventures, just privatize the whole thing, let private sector bring in the money, do the work. I, as a government, will be responsible. Will only be interested in taking the taxes that come from this. There will be so much investment in the sector. And why are we talking about 2 million barrels? Can we talk about 3 million barrels, even 5? If we allow private sector investment to actually invest in Nigeria without this interference from government.
Well, I wish we had more time to discuss this because it's really a thorny issue. But at this time, we need to really wrap up. And Nick, we'd like to thank you for being a part of our program. We may continue this discussion at some other time, but for now, this is where we drop it. Thank you so much for being a part of the show.
Thank you, Nigerians, and let us keep up our life for a better Nigeria.
Amen.
Okay, let's take a short break, and when we return, we'll be talking about what's happening in Rivers State. Stay with us.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect them. If you no talk, then go beat you. Now 2,500 they pay.
We're glad to know you're still there. It's still the breakfast on Plus TV Africa, and we're looking at what is happening in Rivers State. Remember that yesterday we had the president of Nigeria, the Alhaji, or Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, holding a peace meeting, as it were, with the stakeholders in Rivers State, including the former governor, Nyesom Wike, and the current governor, Sim Fubara. And we saw some agreements that were reached. Anyway, we have as our guest this morning, Godswill Jumbo, former Rivers Chief Press Secretary to a Deputy Governor, and he is a publisher. Would like to just describe him as a publisher this morning. Good morning, Godswill, and welcome to the program.
Yes, good morning. My pleasure of being here with you again.
Okay, the guest we just had before you came on, not immediately before you came on, but on the Off the Press, said Rivers is now having Act 1, Scene 1, Act 1, Scene 2, and all that. It's been a drama in Rivers State. So we're not going to ask of the updates because we already know what the agreements that were reached were. We want to find out the reaction of the scene camp, as it were, because these agreements were mostly in favor of the Wike camp. All matters instituted in the courts by the governor of Rivers State should be withdrawn. All impeachment proceedings, that's the only one for sin, should be withdrawn. The leadership of the Rivers State House of Assembly, as led by Right Honorable Martin Amaule, shall be recognized, and so on and so forth. I've seen the 7-point agenda or the 8-point agenda of that meeting, and we're asking, how is the other camp taking it?
Okay, first of all, let me make it clear that the document being referenced, and so far it's only TVC that has referenced that document. Media houses have a role to play in mainstreaming and properly, streamlining public information. It is our duty as media personalities, media organizations, to make sure that the authenticity of the information we put out in the public is consolidated, is verified, and all of that. That document, has already been flagged as suspects. And so far, it is only TVC that has put out the contents of that document in the public. The signatures appear to have been, written by the same hand, the same style of writing. You can check them. There are people who are best in checking out handwritings. And when you check all the signatures, they have a common thread, a common corollary running across them. And then a meeting of such nature, as critical, as important as it is to the polity, the political space in Rivers State, none of the people who attended the meeting has spoken to the press, which is strange. If a meeting is held with the president, you always find one or two persons from that meeting briefing the State House press on the outcome of such a meeting. And we cannot take things for granted in this case. And then early this morning, we heard from the young man, Kalama, the spokesperson of Edison AA, that the document is not authentic, that His Excellency Dr. Peter Otili and His Excellency Governor Sim Fubara did not sign that document. And then if you also look at the resolutions, the purported resolutions, they are all filtered in one side. And then they are in breach of extant laws in Nigeria. Are you asking, the Supreme Court has ruled that once you defect from the party that sponsored you to a political office, you lose that position. So will the President of Nigeria, who is the ultimate custodian of the Nigerian Constitution as it is now, ask a sitting elected governor to now go to a group of people who are by law no longer lawmakers and then represent his budget to them? Is that what we're expecting a sitting president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria to do? This is not a banana republic. This is not just anywhere. This is Nigeria. And Nigeria is constituted by laws. So no matter what the mediation processes are, will the president be asking a sitting elected governor to agree to conditions that violate extant laws in the country violate even the ground norm, the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. So we do not see any veracity to it. The presidency has not made a statement. The FCT ministers camp has not made a statement. The governor of Rivers State has not made a statement. And then probably the neutral party in this case, Dr. Peter Odili, former governor of Rivers State, has also not said anything. So, and they have media aids, all the personalities and the institutions I've just mentioned. They have media aids, they have spokespersons. Has any of their spokesperson come out to say this is it? Even the document that is being referenced, let's look at it now. We are media people, we have the basic, the basic things to look for in a document. That document, what's the heading? It is not on any letterhead. And then the conditions in it, and then the signatures, they are all suspect. So we cannot actually say anything on the basis of, that document. And then let me also correct something. You said you want to hear from the same camp. I am not in any camp. I'm a journalist like you. So I'm neutral.
No. I didn't group you into the same camp. Let me say that. I didn't group you. I said, how is the same camp taking it?
Same Fubara.
Because before we went on air, I was.
Yes.
How are they taking it? I didn't say how are you taking it.
Okay, this morning, in fact, from last night when that document went into the public space, I've spoken with not just my friends now, my brothers, because the governor, is my brother. We are all the Bani, Opopo, and he's from Opopo, I am from Boni. So we are of the same ethnic group, the same race, the same set of communities. So Opopo is an offshoot of Boni. So I've tried to reach family members, I've tried to reach a spokesperson, I've tried to reach even my senior friend, Amoku Senipo, Joe Johnson, the Commissioner for Information, Rivers State, and none of them has given a feedback yet. I've also tried to reach the House of Assembly member representing Boni constituency, Honorable Victor Okojombo, who was with the governor in that trip to Abuja for that meeting. And then he has not also given a feedback. So there is nothing from that camp, apart from the statement by Mr. Kalama, the essay on media, to the Speaker of the Rivers State House of Assembly, Right Honorable Ehi Edison, that the document is suspect and that Dr. Peter Odili and Governor Sim did not sign that document. Apart from that, nothing else. So I'm sure in the next couple of hours, we'll be able to hear from the government, hear from the Sim Fubara camp, and probably even from the FCT minister and probably from the presidency. But for now, everything is in abeyance. But let me also make something clear. If the president, being the father of the nation, wants to intervene, wants to mediate in a crisis situation, what would we ordinarily expect him to do, given the circumstance? We will expect that no matter what the mediation, processes will look like, we will expect that he will stay within the ambits of the law. 2, he will mainstream the interests of Rivers people, who will be the ultimate beneficiaries or victims of whatever the outcome of that mediation process would be. And then we would also expect that he will bring caution to the table for all parties, whether the governor or the FCT minister, who is actually his staff. He will want to bring caution to the table that whatever it is, let's make sure that the polity is stable and peaceful, whatever it is. That's what we expect the president to be. Now, that document in circulation does not carry those. So for the people of Rivers State, generally, we've been talking to a lot of people across, Port Harcourt, Boni, other places, and Rivers people do not expect such a thing to be even on the table at all. Well, the law should play out its course. They expect the courts to, look at the issues and deal with it. And if a competent court of law has already said that this is the Speaker of the Rivers State House of Assembly. That is what stands. Is the President going to reverse a decision of the judiciary? I would not expect that to happen. We don't expect him to do that. So let's not put it on him that that is what he's doing. He cannot, put himself in that kind of situation. We should expect that he will not do that. So for Rivers people, they are waiting, with bated breath to hear from all the parties involved in that meeting last night, to be able to know whether what is being bandied about in the public is true or not. So for now, everybody is in suspense and waiting.
Well, until that official statement is made, the possibilities are 50-50 on the minds of people, because until they deny it, it could be true, it could be a lie, and we're waiting for that official document. For now, this is what we have to contend with, maybe a propaganda or something. But in the first place, does the president have anything to do with an internal crisis of a state? Does he even have the constitutional powers to be the one to mediate? Some people are worried that no matter that he is the father of the nation, as you described him, he clearly has an interest in that issue. This person, like you said rightly, is his employee, and he has not held him down and said, okay, I want you to concentrate on what I have given to you and leave Rivers State. He has not cautioned him in any way, at least openly, that we can see. So people are thinking that he has an interest, and he shouldn't have been the one to even meddle into the affairs of Rivers State. Rivers people are mature enough to settle their own differences.
Okay, as per that, yes, legally speaking, the president has no say in what's happening in Rivers State. It is an elected governor that is on the saddle, elected by the people of Rivers State, constitutionally recognized. And then he has an issue with one or two persons, and then the president coming. The president can't give any governor in Nigeria as a whole. The president can't give anybody orders. He can't give any of the governors. When Wike was the governor, was the president of Nigeria controlling him? Was the president of Nigeria telling him whatever to do? If at all the president wants to come in, he will come in from the perspective, the angle of political solution. And then, but the first thing he will do is to caution his staff, his employee, the Nyesom Wike. He should call him to order and say, Mr. Man, I gave you an assignment. Focus on that. Get that sorted out. What's this cat fight and that kind of fight that cocks do in the village early in the morning? They want to decide who has superiority for that, at least for that day. They sort it out that morning. So you see all the cocks. If there are 5 cocks, 6 cocks in the village, that morning they will be fighting with each other just to assert their superiority, and then the next morning they will repeat it. Isn't that what the FCT minister is trying to bring force on Rivers State? I think the first thing the president will do, as a responsible person, as the person who understands his role as the president and father of Nigeria as it is now, he will call his employee to order. He will tell him, look, focus on what you're doing. But as per the legal right to intervene in this, no, the president does not have. Because the president cannot give the governor orders. He cannot tell him what to do at all. And then, let's also look at the issue of the House of Assembly. The president is executive. The House of Assembly is legislative. So, will the president be telling the legislature what to do? Obviously not. The legislature will sort out itself naturally, and it is being sorted out, both, in the courts and out of the courts. It's being sorted out. Already, both parties have gone before the judiciary, which is a different arm of the government, to ask questions. And the judiciary has come out and said, between the two of you, this is the person that is the speaker. And then this other group has also, have also indicated that there are no more members of the party that sponsor them to an elective office. Automatically, they lose their seats. They know the implications. They know the law. They know the position of the law. If they don't know, their lawyers know. They know the position of the apex court, not a court of first instance, not an appeal court of first instance, but the apex court itself. the Supreme Court has taken a position that if a party, a political party, sponsors you to office and you leave that party while in that office, you also lose.
As the reason they left. They're talking about without national secretary of the party or something, but that there's a rift inside the party, so that's the reason they left. What would you say about the condition, so to speak, of the PDP in Rivers State? Do you say there is a problem or there is no problem?
The national secretary of the party can be in Abuja and say whatever he wants to say. We are not just Rivers people. We live and work here in Rivers State. As I'm speaking with you now, I am in my office in Bonny Island. You understand? Just days ago, I was in the office in Christina Report Office in Port Harcourt. And then we have our staff, in Port Harcourt and in Bonny, and other places. We are in Rivers State. We are Rivers people. We eat here, we sleep here, we wake up here, we take our bath here, we dress up here, we go about our normal business here. There is no rift in PDP. PDP remains one. Nobody is quarreling or fighting inside PDP. So there is no rift. There is no basis for saying, no, we are decamping because there is a problem in the party. What is the problem? The former chairman of the party, Desmond Akawo, just resigned days after he was appointed to a federal position. And then everybody on both camps, both the Jason Wike camp, the Sim Fubara camp, and every other camp, they all came together to bid him farewell. The acting chairman, has also been there. Nobody has disturbed him. There are no two chairmen of PDP. Not at the states, not at the local government, not at the world level, not at the unit level. So where is the rift? Nobody is fighting anybody within the party. Where there is a rift is in the House of Assembly. Even the executive, there is no rift. Some people felt, okay, I don't want to work with the governor again. I resign. And even thanking the governor for the opportunity granted them, you understand, to serve in the government. They didn't say we are leaving the government because we have an issue with, the governor. Even the Attorney General himself even made it clear in his own letter. He said, for clarity, he is leaving on personal interest, on personal reasons, not because he has any issue with anybody. You understand? So where is the rift? I want to hear that, there is a unit of the PDP in Gokana, or in Kana, or in Opopo Okoro, or in Emoha, or in Ikwere, or Ahoda West, or Abua Odwa, or Oyibo, or Boni, or Okrika, or Ogubolo. There's a unit, there's a ward, there's a local government, a chapter of the party where there is any form of quarrel. There's none. Across the state, there is none. All 23 local governments, all the wards, all the units, they are together. There is no rift, no double chairman, no double youth leader, no double woman leader, nothing. So what are we, where is the notion of a rift within the PDP in Rivers State coming from? There is none.
Okay,
there is none. So there is no basis for them.
So what does this mean now, especially with these 27 that have decamped from PDP, which you say has no rift in the party? What does this mean? Are they going to be in another party and still occupy these seats, especially with the document that we have that says the House of Assembly is still recognized alongside the 27 members who have resigned from PDP?
Yeah. Even though you say the document is fake, even though you say the document is
fake. But if for instance, it's true.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Okay, let's assume, without conceding, that the president asked and all parties agreed that these lawmakers, now constitute they properly constitute the State House of Assembly. Okay, so what happens then? We have also looked at it. Does Eye Edison come back as a majority leader of the House of Assembly? Is that what is going to happen? Is that what is going to happen? The 27 before, now later 25 members, they decamp to the APC. I Are they now going to come back to the PDP?
These are the questions we're asking.
So you cannot come and soup and say in the course of mediation, since we are trying to settle the matter, we can go to the dining table and start eating. What will we be eating on the table when the soup has already been spilled and the pot has been thrown away? So what would we be eating on the dining table? You cannot burn down my village and then you say in the course of peace and reconciliation, everybody can now go back to their village. Which village will I be going back to? Which house will I be staying in when all the buildings have been destroyed? So you see why we are having exception to that resolution. So, but let's assume without conceding that there is any form of veracity to that document. If the House of Assembly members, are now recognized, then it also means that ADC will come back as the majority leader. It means the House of Assembly members will have to revert their position on their party membership. They have to come back to the PDP and be under the control of Sim Fubara. And that is where the issue is. There will be no such thing because Wike is being pressured by the federal government and by the APC to decamp to the APC. That is at the core of this. But he wants to go with the government. He wants to go with the House of Assembly. He wants to go with the party structure. He wants to go with everybody so that it's not like he's strolling into APC just by himself. He's coming with clout. He's coming with a crowd. He's coming with, the capacity. That is what he's trying to, and that's not going to happen.
Okay.
That is where, because Rivers people, like I've said on this program earlier,
PDP people.
Rivers State is PDP. You understand? I am not an apologist to any of it. And by the way, the only party I belong to is APC. You understand? Before I put politics. So what I'm saying on record, empirical evidence abounds that Rivers people are pro-PDP heavily. Even Wike himself, why is he not decamping to the APC?
Okay. Well, that's a question.
Months after the presidential election, months after the inauguration of the president, months
Sadly, we have to wrap it up here. I wish we had more time to have a conversation with you extensively.
At one scene 2, we are going to enter scene 3 maybe. We'll still call upon you to give us updates on Rivers, but today it's been very enlightening what you have said. First of all, the document is, according to the other camp, fake. I know that the other camp that put out the document will say it is authentic. We're waiting for those small R's that will lead us to the official document. Thank you so much, Mr. Jumbo, for coming on the program.
Thank you.
My pleasure. Thank you.
We've been talking with Mr. Godswill Jumbo, former Rivers State Press Secretary to the Deputy Governor. He's a publisher and he was talking to us about what is happening in Rivers State and whether or not the agreements that are flying around on social media are true or false. And he said it's fake. Well, that's how we wrap it up on the show this morning. My name is Nyambul Agaji. Let's do it again tomorrow.
My name is Rome Paulson. Have a good day.
An African girl somewhere is sitting at home, accompanied by dreams that seem so far away. Africa is one of the continents with the highest out-of-school percentage in education, and girls are at an early disadvantage. The sub-Saharan Africa records about 18 million out-of-school girls. This gender gap extends to the tech space with a projection of only a 33% global female workforce representation in tech firms for 2022. Let us help change the stories and numbers. Africa Agility's Project Train a Girl campaign is working to help train African girls in tech. You can donate as little as $2 or 2,000 Naira to help a girl in tech get her heels in the door. Visit www.africaagility.rallyup.com/PTAG to donate.
Businesses in Africa can be very challenging. In Nigeria, it is particularly intimidating, and successful builders have learned how to navigate a hostile environment to unlock opportunities. But one major challenge businesses face is how to filter through the noise and identify where their ideal customers exist. Get insight and practical steps from industry players and captains of industries. Hear success stories to help you make informed decisions as you scale your business in Nigeria. Watch Business Insights at this time on Plus TV Africa.
Good morning, my name is Nyamguru Agaji. This is the news brief. The political crisis in Rivers State may have ceased as parties reached a truce on Monday night. This followed after about 3 hours of talks at the Aso Rock Villa, Abuja, between President Bola Tinubu, Rivers Governor Siminalayi Fubara, his deputy Ngozi Odu, a former governor of the state Peter Odili, and the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory Nyesom Wike, and other stakeholders. The FCT Minister Wike, who was acclaimed to be the instrumental in the emergence of Fubara and other elected officers in the last general elections, arrived at the State House at about 7 p.m. and was ushered into the President's office where the meeting was held. Also present at the meeting was the Vice President Kashim Shettima, the National Security Advisor Nuhu Ribadu, and the President's Chief of Staff Femi Gbajabiamila. According to an alleged 8-point resolution signed at the end of the meeting on Monday night, the President directed that all lawsuits instituted in the courts by Fubara and his team regarding the political crisis in Rivers State be withdrawn immediately. The resolution was signed by Fubara, his deputy. The resolution was allegedly signed by Fubara, his deputy Odu Wike Ribadu, factional Speaker of the Rivers State House of Assembly Martin Amaule, Chairman of the People's Democratic Party in Rivers State, Aaron Chukwemeka, and his All Progressives Congress Chairman, Tony Okocha. According to the directive, Fubara was mandated to represent the 2024 appropriation bill he had earlier presented to the 4-member State House of Assembly to the full House. Also, the directive read that all impeachment proceedings initiated by the Rivers Assembly against Fubara should be dropped immediately. However, this document has been disputed by the camp of Sim Fubara, saying that the news was fake. The Supreme Court is poised to convene this Thursday to deliberate on the appeal filed by Kabiru Yusuf of the New Nigeria People's Party (NNPP) following the Court of Appeal's affirmation of the Election Petition Tribunal's decision to overturn his election victory. Both the appeal court and the tribunal upheld the stance that Nasiru Gawuna, the All Progressives Congress APC candidate, emerged victorious in the election. The imminent Supreme Court session has heightened anticipation across the state as stakeholders eagerly await the final verdict that will ultimately determine the rightful occupant of the Kano State governorship position. The Court of Appeal in Abuja affirmed Governor Ahmadu Fintiri's re-election in Adamawa State, dismissing an appeal filed by APC candidate Senator Aisha Dahiru Binani. The court ruled that the appeal was vague and did not set aside the earlier judgment of the Adamawa State Governorship Election Petition Tribunal, which upheld Fintiri's victory. Fintiri received 430,861 votes in a supplementary election, defeating Binani of the APC. Binani accused the election of corrupt practices and non-compliance with the Electoral Act provisions. Meanwhile, Governor Amadou Fintiri of the Adamawa State and his deputy, Professor Kelepatwa, have asked all the people of the state to put politics aside and join in the efforts to build the state.
With gratitude to Almighty Allah, I give him all praises. What has happened in the Court of Appeal today is just further stamping and reiterating what happened in Adamawa by the good people of Adamawa in March 28 and further consolidated on April 28. We didn't expect that we would come this far because the election was free and fair. It was squarely defeated, and there shouldn't have been any issue. But you know, politicians, being what they are, we're here, and the court has further reaffirmed, because that is their responsibility. And I'm happy for that. I'm gratitude to them, because they've done what they're supposed to do.
The Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, plans to hold by-elections and rerun elections across Nigeria on February 1, 2024 to fill vacancies in the state and federal legislature. The Commission's chairman, Professor Mahmoud Yakubu, announced that after litigation, the courts have ordered rerun elections in 34 federal and state constituencies. By-elections will be held to fill vacancies created by resignation or death of members. An authentic date and timetable will be released after the meeting.
The Commission is required to conduct rerun elections in some constituencies by court order. Secondly, the Commission is also required to conduct by-elections to fill vacancies arising from the death or resignation of members of the National and State Houses of Assembly. So far, the Election Petition Appeal Tribunals have ordered the Commission to conduct rerun elections in 34 constituencies, made up of 1 senatorial district, 11 federal constituencies, and 22 state assembly constituencies. The Commission is looking at the first week of February 2024, that is in just a little over 1 month, to conduct both the rerun and by-elections. At the end of this consultative meeting, the Commission will meet to review preparations and announce a definite date, including the detailed timetable and schedule of activities for the elections.
A High Court of the Federal Capital Territory, Abuja, has issued an order freezing the accounts of the Oyo State government in 10 commercial banks in the country. The order was issued by Justice Anita Ebong in a ruling on garnishee proceeding initiated by ex-council chiefs in Oyo State sacked on May 29, 2019 by Governor Seyi Makinde, and who in 2021 got a 4.9 billion naira judgment against Makinde and other officials and agencies of the state. The garnishee proceeding is intended by the ex-council chiefs led by Bashorun Majid Ajuwon to recover the balance of 3.5 billion naira, which is outstanding from the actual judgment sum, from which Makinde paid only 1.5 billion in 2022. Meanwhile, President Bola Tinubu has warned the board of the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited, NNPCL, that non-performance will not be tolerated. The president, who inaugurated the board of the NNPCL at the State House on Monday, also warned that conduct suggesting a sense of entitlement will not be tolerated.
The members of cabinet and your good self should sit as a team and look at what can we do differently. There's so many ways to skin a cat. What can we do differently to bring up profitability, production, high level, and good governance, which is the key performance indicator? It is all in your hands. I will work with you in every way possible, but There could be sudden dissolution of the board too if no performance indicator is exceptional.
The Joint Task Force Northwest Operation Hadarin Daji, OPHD, has rescued 13 kidnapped individuals in Zamfara State. The rescue mission was conducted along Gobirawan, Chali, and Dangulbi areas in Maru local government area. The 13 victims, all from Mutunji village in Dansadao Emirate, Maru local government area, were abandoned by fleeing terrorists and have now been freed. In a parallel operation, 11 suspected logistics suppliers linked to a notorious terrorist, Halilu Sububu, were arrested at Kwana Boko in Zurmi local government area. The suspects were intercepted while transporting essential supplies for the said terrorist figure. The Chief of Army Staff, Lieutenant General Toarid Lagbaja, Nigerian Army Medal, has reaffirmed his commitment in tackling insecurity in Nigeria as he encouraged retired veterans to support community security throughout the nation. Lieutenant General Lagbaja said this during the graduation ceremony for Trainee Course 02-2023 at the Nigerian Armed Forces Resettlement Center, Oshodi, Lagos, Nigeria. The Chief of Army Staff, who was ably represented by Major General Jimmy Akpo, Army Chief of Administration, advised the trainees to put all that they had learned into good use, as well as represent the Army diligently in their communities. Also, the Commandant, Nigerian Armed Forces Resettlement Center, Oshodi, Air Vice Marshal Adeniyi Amishinlola, spoke on the achievements of the center during the past 6 months.
All the skills they acquired during the 6 months training here at the center into good use as they retire. They've been taught management, they've been taught entrepreneurial skills, they've been taught management skills, and these skills will become very handy in other vocations that they might devote their time to in retirement. So they are very lucky, I count them very lucky, that they have been fully prepared to transit into a civil life again.
In about 6 months that I have assumed command of this dimension, let a few. 3 days judged to be excellent by the participants. Also following the Chief of Defense Staff Director, General C.J. Musa, Officer of the Order of the Federal Republic. The Center initiated and commenced research and development the activities in the Center, as well as farm management training.
I feel happy because the journey of 35 years is not a journey of one day. It has been ups and downs, a lot of obstacles, but I give God the glory. People see it as a tedious job, but with God on your side, you will surmount all obstacles. I enjoy people that are willing to join the job because it's a job that you'll be proud of. You're proud of it. So it is a good job, and today is a good day for us all because we joined as about 300,000, 3,000, and now few of us are going. So we have to give God the glory.
Yeah, in the course of the course, I think we have performed credibly well with high esteem of discipline. I think we are averagely about 95% of discipline.
To appreciate hard work and nurture strategic development, the Chief of Naval Staff, Vice Admiral Emmanuel Ogala, Admiralty Medal, has encouraged the Nigerian Navy to reward excellence in service. For this end, Admiral Superintendent and MD CEO Naval Dockyard Limited has given a long-time achievement awards to personnel who have shown diligence and core consistency for over 30 years and above. This award was given on the sidelines of their annual end-of-year celebration at Naval Dockyard Limited. attended by flag officers commanding of various commands, General Officer commanding 81 Division Maritime bigwigs, as well as Rear Admiral Hamza Koje, Group Managing Director, Naval Dockyard Limited, and special guest of honor at the occasion.
There is a general encouragement package for the entire yard, which is something we do yearly. We have a lot of incentives. Throughout this week, we've been involved in our end-of-year activities in line with the plan of the Naval Headquarters. We just key into that, and we've done a lot to encourage them. We've had a volleyball tournament. We've had our own in-house fun games. We've had so many other activities, and this is like the crescendo of everything we are doing for the week. So we try to encourage everybody, but of course, some people have to be singled out for recognition. In fact, we wanted to include those who have done 20 years and above. We found out that there were so many. They were like 25, so we said, okay, let's limit it to 30. So to encourage those who have been working so hard that they are not forgotten and they will always be remembered. In every organization, you will always have outstanding people. You will also have areas of deficiencies. That is why they said that a cord is as strong as the weakest link. So what we try to do in the Naval Dockyard is to manage that weakest link to the point that that cord is not broken. You keep the cord running. And what that simply means is that for a huge structure, an establishment like this, the systems and the structures must be kept functioning. They must be kept running continuously.
Kaduna State Governor Uba Sani attended an interdenominational Christmas carol to celebrate the birth of a savior and pledge fairness and equity to all citizens regardless of tribe, ethnicity, or religion. The 2023 Unity Christmas Carol aims to promote peace, love, and nation rebirth. Plus TV correspondent Habila Darufai was there and filed in this report.
A colorful carol was performed by various choristers across different zones, bringing together children, women, and elderly parents to commemorate the birth of the Savior. The governor, Uba Sani, the first governor to participate in a Christian community festive event in the state, emphasized the end of Muslim and Christian discrimination and the importance of fairness and justice.
When I became the governor, I took an oath that I must be fair to everyone. For me, it's about justice. It's about equity. And the only way we can have peace in our own state, we must be fair to everyone. We are one. Whether you're a Christian, you're a Muslim, I will not discriminate and I will not segregate. And I make it clear to everyone that we will try and take development to every part of Kaduna State.
Sani expressed concern over division amongst residents in the state and pledged to ensure development across all zones, despite religious and ethnic differences.
I enjoy my coming, and I'm happy when I see the citizens of Kaduna who are in this very important celebration, highly happy. They are really, really confident that Kaduna State government will certainly carry everyone along, and we'll try, like I told them, take development to every part of Kaduna State. And as we are speaking, part of the most important agenda of our government is to ensure that we carry our people along. Human capital development is the most important thing, and today I discussed with them. So me at every fora, I try to make it clear to the people of Kaduna State that we are not concerned about any religious or ethnic difference. We are one family, and we are going to work together without any discrimination or segregation.
Reverend Dr. Joseph Hayab of the Christian Association of Nigeria, Kaduna State Chapter, emphasized the need for unity in good governance, for justice and equity, challenging the illusions that the Christian community dislikes government.
We've had terrible comments coming out from Government House of Kaduna, and today we are hearing lovely, gently, brotherly comment coming from our governor. That shows that it is no longer yesterday. We are in a new time, a new season. And it's coming at Christmas, celebrating the Prince of Peace. We call for peace. We work with the governor for peace. because we believe that even criminals fear when people are united. But when people are divided, criminals can have a field day. The reason why we've had uncontrolled criminality in Kaduna, there will always be criminality whether we like it or not, but the rate at which it went in the past was because there was division in the clan. So instead of even pursuing criminals, we were fighting among ourselves.
The 9 lessons of Bible reading focus on Christ's birth, peace, and redemption. Christians show love and respect during Yuletide with church leaders, choirs, political leaders, and government officials attending.
Persons with disabilities are urging for the full implementation of policies promoting inclusiveness and participation in governance and all aspects of life. A call made at the Global Summit in Abuja to review government commitments. Plus TV Emmanuel Hejine completes the report.
Persons with disabilities in Nigeria are calling for the full implementation of the disability policy, as urged by Creative Director Porter's Gallery Initiative, Donald Onaka, and other disabled individuals at a consultative Global Disability Summit in Abuja. Despite Nigeria's passing of the Disability Act, they still want other aspects to be implemented as agreed upon in the UK and Northern Ireland in 2018.
The government made over 7 commitments, ranging from reproductive health, inclusive education, economic empowerment and employment, data, investment in data, issue of disability law. From all the commitment made, I know that government has passed when it comes to the signing of the disability law. So I think more needs to be done by government to ensure they fulfill the commitment they made in the last 2 Global Disability Summit.
It's also geared towards reminding the government the promises they've made to us, as persons with disabilities, and to also let them know that these promises has to be fulfilled. The Disability Act, which was made like 5 years ago, it is going to be expiring January next year. So, and then after that, I'm sure that the government needs to swing into action, to make sure that people with disabilities begin to gain accessibility to buildings and other commercial, events, and should be able to go about their activities.
They've not really done enough. They're slow, and we've asked them this question, and they keep telling us that the process, we have to follow process here and there, this government bureaucracy, so to say. But they've not really done enough. But we are glad that they started something. We are just appealing that they should keep to their words. It was a commitment, so they should keep to their words, so that we all in the disability community will applaud them at the end of the day.
The demands are straightforward, but failure to respect the signed documents could lead to legal action for persons with disabilities.
This meeting too is being organized at a time when the grace period for the Disability Act will come to an end in January 2024. What it means is that from January now, you'll be seeing a lot of litigation, see a lot of engagement. So government will be under pressure to really, implement fully the disability law. 2 summits were held in 2018 and 2022 in the UK and Northern Ireland to ensure government respect for the rights of persons with disabilities.
Outside Africa, a magnitude 6.2 earthquake jolted a remote and mountainous county on the northern edge of the Qinghai Tibetan Plateau just before midnight on Monday, killing at least 118 people and injuring hundreds. Authorities have mobilized an array of emergency responses, but rescue work could prove challenging in sub-zero temperatures. Most of China is grappling with freezing temperature as a cold wave that started last week continued to sweep through the country. 20 people have been reported missing in the quake's aftermath after hours of rescue and relief efforts that began before sunrise, according to state media.
In business news, the Naira has appreciated to 1,240 Naira per dollar in the parallel market from 1,250 Naira per dollar last Friday. Similarly, the Naira appreciated to 888.35 Naira per dollar in the official Nigerian foreign exchange market. Data from FMDQ showed that the indicative exchange rate for the NAFEM fell to 888.35 Naira per dollar from 889.89 Naira per dollar last week Friday, indicating a 1 Naira 51 kobo appreciation for the Naira. As a result, the gap between the official and parallel market exchange rates narrowed to 351.65 Naira per dollar yesterday from 360.14 Naira per dollar last Friday. And that's where we wrap it up on the news brief. Join us again at 12 for another edition of the news. Stay with us.
It for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Bookie November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Everyone talks about getting their dream jobs, but what does it take to get that dream job? In a religious society like Nigeria, some people resort to prayer, but did you know that sometimes the only reason you're not getting the job isn't because you don't have the credentials? Many times about how well you can defend your credentials through your presentation and communication skills during the interview. According to the National Bureau of Statistics, the rate of unemployment in Nigeria rose to 33.3% in December 2020 from a 27.1% in 3 months. Interview phobia is a major issue that contributes to unemployment in the country. Some individuals are employable but don't know how to express themselves properly, present their resumes, and network effectively. An expert spoke to us about interview phobia and how it has increased the rate of unemployment within the country.
Okay, so I mentioned I struggled. I went to Lagos State University, public university. Nobody taught you any of these things. And so I thought that if I come to the interview space, I would do well because I know I'm good enough. But coming in, it was difficult. I got plenty of rejections. And I made up my mind that if you can get past this thing, you would help other people who are also like you. And so sitting down in that space, I also see people like me and I feel for them.
According to Student Graduate Report, more than 50% of graduates in Nigeria disclose that communication skill is the least skill their academic education prepared them with.
Like we have a compulsory NYSC every year. I believe the government or the educational sector should do something like when they know somebody's in their final year, maybe they allow them go through a month or so, or they introduce a course and make it mandatory for them to be able to go out there and face the outside world when it comes to interviews, when it comes to networking and all of that. I've seen super amazing, intelligent people lost opportunities because they were not confident, and those who were not so smart but have built their confidence are able to get the job and get these networks and get these opportunities. Especially when you come from a Yoruba or Igbo family where you don't have to look at your dad in the eye. You get that kind of thing. So you have to learn to look at people in the eye when you talk to them. It makes them believe that you are not up to something. You're not hiding anything in your cupboard.
We're going to school or having to attend different schools, all right? They just teach us, we only have syllabus on what they've been doing so far in past years, and there's there's no trend of bringing in new things.
So the next time you complain about not getting a job, think about how well your CV is prepared. Assess your communication skills during the interview and think about how well you presented yourself.
At the moment, the nation's economy is not smiling on anyone, with inflation standing at 28.20%. In Nigeria, unemployment has proved a difficult statistic to interpret. Nigeria's unemployment rate stood at 33.3% in the fourth quarter of 2020. However, the National Bureau of Statistics, NBS, recently reported unemployment rate of 5.3% in the fourth quarter of 2022 and 4.1% in the first quarter of this year, based on the new Nigeria Labour Force Survey, NLFS. Now is the right time to start a side business or job because it never hurts to have multiple income streams, especially when you are building a business. Having a side job or two can be an excellent way to keep money coming in, easing your anxiety and lessening some financial burdens. Today on the show, I will bring you insight from the chat I had with a serial entrepreneur and the founder of the Joint Professional Training and Support International Limited, JPTS. Welcome to Business Insight on Plus TV Africa. I am Justin Akadonye. Welcome back now. First off, real estate developers and brokers have been urged to do their due diligence before buying properties in order to safeguard themselves and their client from falling prey from unscrupulous individuals. This advice was given by the billionaire Realtor Group on the sidelines of the Rexlington Awards night. Details in this report. As with tradition for year-ends, it is not unusual for organizations to celebrate and award people for outstanding performances. The atmosphere is relaxed and a time to talk about dominating the future.
Very important for us to emphasize that it's going to be a panel session where we talk more about the journey of becoming a sales superstar.
It begins with a panel session which focuses on the journey to becoming a sales superstar and the role the organizers have played. Guest speaker, Surveyor General Lagos State, Adesina Ayokunu, speaks on collaborating with the government for sustainable housing development.
Special mention must be made of the Lagos State Real Estate Regulatory Authority, that is called NASREA, which was established to eliminate the activities of impostors, fraudsters, and supposed accredited real estate agents who adopt sharp practices in their operations.
For you that do business, it's easy. When the pastor shuts down the church for 3 months because there's nobody to pay the rent, and he's telling you that God will do your own, hope you know you will not have faith. There'll be no faith in it at all. But down the line, and this is the power of consistently applying yourself and the principles that are shown. Down the line, today is a different story. Today we have 225 staff.
For the organizers, the real estate landscape is dynamic, ever evolving, and this year was a time to navigate challenges while emerging stronger and more resilient. They say the theme dominates the future, encapsulates the drive throughout the year, and the determination to not just adapt to change but to shape it. Issues concerning the real estate sector take center stage.
Celebrate all our realtors and developers, and we also bring in keynote speaker to make them know that they can do more than what they are doing at the moment, and they can become better in what they do. We make sure that every property that we sell out there, make sure that we do our due diligence on them, so that when you buy property, you buy the right property. It's not that you buy property today and in tomorrow you'll be having issues with what you buy.
I always say this, that the best way for you to own property is when you buy through an off-plan process. There's something we call off-plan houses, with as low as maybe 5 million, 3 million, depending on the initial deposit the development company is asking for. You can actually own a home. So, and you can then key into the payment spread system that they have.
What we would like government to do to assist us is the area of regularization of land, and put the right policy in place to make it seamless for people in terms of running of doing search on documentation, and when the client wants to buy real estate properties, to make it more easier for them to run search.
At the end of the day, excellence was rewarded and lives transformed. Welcome back now. My guest, Christopher Irene Imomolen, is the Ado of Abaji, an educationist, a university professor, a serial entrepreneur, a business mogul, and a Nigerian politician. He is the founder of the Joint Professional Training and Support International Limited, JPTS, and Unique Foundation, a non-profit, non-governmental organization. I recently had a chat with him on coping with inflation as Nigerians have taken to gigs and entrepreneurship. Take a look.
Yes, it's a major way to go. It is a major way to go. Like we always say, governments still have their role to play, creating an enabling environment. Yes, it's not just about loan, creating an enabling environment. Once an enabling environment is created, people can easily implement their thoughts. Entrepreneurship, it's about having an idea to solve a problem and generate wealth through solving problems, providing services for people. So I want the youth to begin to look at entrepreneurship not just as wanting to be their own boss alone, because we need to. I've seen a lot of young people who are more entitled driven than profit driven. When I started my company, it took me so much time before I could even indicate that I was the CEO of the company, because I felt that I was too young and people might not believe that I do such a thing. So when I talk to people, I rather tell them, oh, I'm a staff, even in my own company. So they believe me more. Oh, yes, okay. It means that there's a big boss somewhere. I was the boss. So you see, young people of 21 already putting CEO. So it's for them, and they're not making any. So to them, it's so entrepreneurs should be looking at profit. They should be more profit oriented than just. The time will come, you become the CEO of your company. So you want to solve a problem, and we are in a country that has numerous problems. So it's actually an opportunity for Nigerian youth to be more entrepreneurial now. There are problems with power, there are problems with just thinking of the easiest way to do what we currently do is creating opportunity for yourself, and now making sure that what you do is being patronized by so many people. The place of plenty. So we talk about Facebook, we talk about this. It's just about having much subscriber. And one of the good things that happened to us in this generation is the advent of social media. Social media has now made it very easy. When we talk about musicians like Onyeka Onwenu, you begin to wonder how were those people able to market their products in those days when there was no social media. Now you talk about Rema, you talk about Wizkid. I don't think any of us have their CD, but everybody is listening to their song. So you can see, even if they release a song today, how was Ebenezer Obey? How were they able to do it those days? How were Okosun, Sonny Okosun? How were they able to do it those days? But now, somebody will release a song in 1 minute and it's everywhere. So the technology, the AI technology, robotics and the rest of them is really making entrepreneurship easy. It's a necessary development. You know why? Entrepreneurs of today must know that things are hard. One, it's either you increase salary very well so that those staffs you have are well paid, or you give them a way to enable them also have side gigs. You must. If you don't do that, believe me, you have staff stealing from what they are doing. One of the major reasons why there is high level of theft compromise, disloyalty at workplace today is because of economic hardship. People are trying to survive. So they are tempted. Even the Bible says that I will not allow a saint to go through trials too long so that he will not put his hand in iniquity. You can see. So if you have a saint even in your company today and it's any 100,000, 150,000, 40,000, whatever, and it's not even enough to pay transport, and you don't give him that room and tell him, okay, don't worry, from henceforth I want you guys to close by 4. Don't come on Saturday and Sunday so that you can have time to do whatever I want to do. Deliberately create it for them. If you don't do that, they will start picking from your organization. So it's a necessary development that must be encouraged by even bosses now. Yes, you must encourage them. We now see people who now work remotely. Yes, if you know that some of your staff don't necessarily need to come to the office, you can still pay them. Allow them. See, things are changing now. You need to change with the change. If you don't, your business will die. And so for staff also, it's also a good time for them to. There's a lot of jobs out there. Locate all those websites where you can work remotely. Get those skills needed. A lot of companies, there are websites like Viva and many Fiverr, a lot of them that you can pick up a tax, get paid in dollars. There's many things. So get to learn those skills. Let me tell you something deep. Many entrepreneurs you see do well today actually stumbled into what opened a way for them. They were not initially, they never knew. I'm telling you, many stumbled and they got, a lot of them are still doing that same thing. When they find it difficult to even do something else, when they dabble into some other business, they run into loss. Some might be lucky. That tells you that even those who are entrepreneurs who are making it also could have that notion until something started working. If you don't start it, you will not know if it will work. So those who have the opinion that I don't think I am, they are wrong. The reason is because they have not. They might fail in 1 or 2 or 3 things. They should keep doing it. Thomas Edison did, as he had over 1,000 experiments to discover the light bulb, said it was the 1,001. At 900, he would have said, this is not my calling, and he give up. Every failed experiment leads is a step towards success. They need to know that. They need to change that mindset. Yes, I have tried it before, it didn't work. That doesn't mean that I am not. Yes, see, let me tell you, what is even entrepreneurship? Even that boss you think is a boss, he's working for somebody. Even, for example, talk about TV station, even the boss is working for, we all need to work for somebody at a time, even in our business that we call ourselves a boss. So that is it. So even the position you sit and say you're correct salary, you're even a boss in that place. You don't know. You are serving a cause. So we can all do something. We need to change that mindset. Whoever have that mindset, you need to change it. What you need to do is keep engaging yourself in different things. No matter how much you fail, keep trying. One day you get it done. And some people said it's difficult for them to learn that skills. It's also a wrong notion. See, anything you need to learn that will bring success your way, you just have to learn it. Do you know there was a time opening a Facebook account was very complicated? To open a Google was complicated to many people, but you need to deliberately look at it, and suddenly it becomes easy for you. So let us have an open mind. There's nothing too complicated. Every complicated system has a unit. Once you understand the unit, you put the unit together, you know the system. So we just need to know it.
Momolen also shared on convertible skill set and what role capacity building plays in all of this, as well as financing. We'll bring you details of that after this break. Stay with us.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the barbing, I pay my land. On
about send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
There's a thin line between wanting to do what you're currently doing. For example, we see a lot of people who work. I have staff, for example, someone in my ear listening. So since our boss said we should go and work, then they want to go and do the same thing they are doing here to sabotage what they are doing here. That's not what we mean. Even if you're going to do something, it must not be something that will defy the contract you have with what you are. For example, you might be working in a media person and you're a public speaker. That doesn't stop you from speaking. And they can see there's a, but it's not like, oh, you want to, so that must be well defined. Then number two, the role of capacity development is key. And how can we develop our capacity? It's an inherent talent we have, developing it. Some people even say that there's no talent. You must brush up that which you have. You know, when talent don't work hard works win. You get someone who works hard can be more successful than someone who is talented and never worked hard. True. So working hard to build that talent is what matters. But the first is to realize your talent. There's many people who don't even know what they have. I've met a lot of young people out there. I ask them, what is your gift? What area? Where is your strength? Say they don't know. Many, 90% of the youth don't even know. Everybody's just doing what everybody's doing. I want to do TikTok because Mr. B is doing it. Some people it work for them like that. But first, you need to know what you have. I got to know that I had the strength in marketing because I was serving as a fellowship leader in my university days. I was public secretary. And when I got that role, I said, wow, I can market, I can say anything. So I had to build that strength. I haven't discovered that. You discover your strength through volunteering, through active. Just keep doing things. Anywhere you find yourself, try to take a lead. When you do that, you know where you are weak and where you are strong. You cannot discover yourself when you are not participating in a thing. And it's so sad that so many youth will not want to do anything except they are paid. There's a time you must sacrifice. There's a time you get the reward. You must know those things. So when you're able to know, you might have multiple talents in speaking, you might have talent, and sometimes you might not even have talent. Necessity can even make you develop that skills. Yes, we've seen people go to public speaking schools. Nothing is wrong from you having a coach. You want to become like a pastor, like this pastor, enroll under that coach. It's a pity that we live in a country where pastors now become coach, even business coach. Pastors are spiritual leaders. They are not lawyers. They cannot advise you on legal cases. Pastors cannot advise you on businesses, except they have business or we have some pastors. But they are business coaches. In foreign countries, you have people who pay so much to have a coach. When you have a coach, the coach teaches you the rope, so you don't make so much mistakes to succeed. You get? So you can also enroll to have a coach. Look at somebody that have made it. Sincerely serve that person. Take that. I'm not talking about a mentor. A mentor is not from a coach. A mentor is somebody you look onto, but may not have time to teach you. But a coach is somebody who will tell you this, and you must be ready to learn. There are many daily needs products that people are now Amazon affiliate marketers. People are making so much money from affiliate marketing. You get, it's a big one. Number two is becoming a travel consultant. We now have a lot of Nigerians who want to travel to study abroad, who travel to Canada. Yes, traveling consultant means it doesn't mean that you are the one presenting the visa. They are legal travel consultants who give advice and make money from getting admissions from students abroad. Is huge because many youth want to Japan. So it's a big one also. Affiliate is one, travel consultant in another, telecommunication. We have a lot of businesses in telecommunication industries. You see a lot of people who do POS. Recently, I sent 100 POS to someone in Zafran. And the guy I said, wow. I said, he sent to him, and I sent 100 POS through a particular man. I said, give it to me. And each persons of these women were making about 3,000, 4,000 per day. Imagine if they are even remitting to him, maybe half of it. Imagine what you're making times 100 times. Like, it's even making more money. So there are little businesses out there that are needed on a daily basis. We talk about exportation. We have Nigerians in London, in UK, in US that needs our food. You can also study the business of exportation. We have solid minerals. We are now getting more alert with the gold that we have in Zamfara. Golds are in Abuja. Golds are in Osun. We have Columbite. Why can't you also just pick a bag and say, I'm going to a location and let me see what happens, get my license from, get a land use and get license, make it, and start doing. There are many Chinese that are looking for this opportunity. We have the food businesses, the farm to the market. It's not being regulated. You see, a yam is being sold in Benue for 200 naira. That same yam get to Port Harcourt or any other city and it's being sold at 1,500. How can't you go inside the bush? See, there's a proverb in Yoruba that says that, oh, wait, it means that the money you make from what's it called, physics, does not smell. So you see people still want to wear this tie. There's so much money. Talk about real estate. You can start owning your land at cheap price. Go to local owners and say, give me this land, I will pay you back when I sell it. And advertise. People want to buy plot because people believe that if we are in a country where people believe in inheritance and must buy land, not because they don't have something. The other day I was talking to people and I said, have you guys made it? They said we have not made it. I said, what do you have that makes you feel that at least you've achieved? One of the things they mention is land. People feel that once they have a landed property, it's an achievement. So why can't? So there's numerous things that one can do. Restaurant business is key. Like you say, online sales, online of food. People, we have Omalata, who supplies food here and there. There are so many businesses. Crèche schools is good business. You can start crèche in your house. People are doing it now. Like you have a flat and you have just one room you are using. There's nothing wrong. You can use 2 rooms, buy chairs, just register a business name, go to Ministry of Education, just notify them. It's legal already. And you can start having 6-10 children there. There's nothing too small to start with. When you start, you understand it better. From there, you move to the next level. There are businesses that can never afford them. Schooling, people must go to school. People must eat every day. You see, these two business, health also, and health is too regulated. So there are so many things. I will not advise anybody to go into car sales business now because many persons who have bought cars are now so expensive. People are now, nobody's even selling their car. They repair their local car. Upgrade is what they are doing now. So there are so many things that can be done. Once you discover your talent, you can market your talent, monetize your talent, and stop value your talent too. If you know that you're a musician, you don't need to start singing anyhow everywhere. Don't make it cheap. Let people, before people hear you sing, scarcity brings value. When something is not scarce, there's no value. So when you have this talent, make it scarce. Don't make it cheap. Yes, so those are part of the ways to monetize what you have. People, you see people who go for banks, they get loan, using loan app. I don't really advise anybody to start a business with such finances. For me, my own personal principle, truth be said, I had never collected loan to run my business. Never in my life. But I believe that, it could get to a level where I might need loan just to improve. But to start, it might work for people. But the best form of capital is reputation. When you have reputation as a person, when people trust you, people will be ready to deliver to you and allow you to pay later. I'm telling you. There are many people doing business because capital money is what you need to buy something from somebody. I'm telling you that people that can. Let me give an example. Do you know that this unemployment we are talking about does not really affect people from the East? They don't understand what's called unemployment because they have a system that works there, which is called what's called apprenticeship system. Except those that go to school that's waiting. But the local system in the East, the Igbo people, they serve them. So I don't know if you go to them and talk about unemployment, they don't understand unemployment. Their unemployment is that they don't have an uncle that will take them to serve them for 10 years and sell to them. That's the system. Except those that have gone to school that are now waiting for. But I'm talking about the grassroots. So, and that's what we trust. So somebody met me and said, I want to start selling pure water. Please give me 500 naira. I said, sister, walk with that woman. Tell that woman, give me one packet. I will come back with your money. If people can trust you, they will deliver their product to your hands. What I mean by the Igbos, many Igbos who are so rich today got the trust of Chinese people those days. And they were able to send them content. Some of them did not have 1 naira. Even the flight money to travel to China, they didn't have. I can tell you stories of many billionaires today. They started their business with that. They didn't have money. And before you can earn that trust, you must be able to speak confident to the person who is going to deliver that to you, to make you know that you are somebody that can multiply. All of us who are doing it, we need people to trust. The biggest challenge at a particular level of business is trust. When you find people you can trust, you will deliver that wealth to them. Yes, that is very key. So once you can develop trust by itself is the currency for exchange in business. So look at yourself, because we don't become great by who we know. It is by what people know us of. It is not who we know, it is who knows you, what they know you to be. And a lot of people know billionaire, yet they are not billionaire. We used to, it's who you know. No, it's not who you know, it is who knows you. And who knows you means what do they know of you? So that is very key, that is the most important thing. It is in that way family members can even now believe in your dream. That is a family member can say, oh, because the best form of capital to supporting is when you go to people that knows you before. I want to do this. If they know you as a, they will give you something. There was time I wanted to employ a driver. I said, go and bring a guarantor. He said, sir, nobody can guarantee me. Nobody. So you want us to employ you? I said, I've done so much, it's bad. Nobody wants to stand for me. Then you cannot employ you. So when first is to capital, you need is self-trust. Work on yourself. If you are someone that are not be too straightforward to people before, if you are trying to change your attitude, if you want to go to business, believe me, you cannot make it far if you are not a straightforward person. Instead, you want to go into a business that is not straightforward. But if you want to go into genuine business to make it and have the trust of your customer to do business with you, you must work on your attitude. Be a good person. Let people know you for what you are. Be trustworthy. Let your word be your word. Then after that, family member donation is key. I don't want you to go into a business where you take loan, especially in this kind of economy today, and you stress you out, you cannot pay back, you'll be frustrated. But when family members support you and it's not loan, okay. Because somebody may say, I need 500,000, I give the person 100,000, and the person was angry. I said, why? If you have 5 people like me, give you 500, you don't need to loan 500,000. True. So why are you angry? I've given you 500,000. So talk to other 4 people that can trust you. Then you will face that business without looking at, I need to pay back every week. Because sometimes you might need up to 6 months gestation period before you start making profit. And imagine you have collected loan and you need to start paying back that same month. It will even kill the business. So the first thing I would advise is self-trust. We need to develop that. Then secondly, family member. Once you develop that self-trust, you will see money come. People are ready, and you must have confidence to defend whatever idea you have. Yes, you must have confidence. You must now start looking at different form of partnership too. In Africa, we hate collaboration. We rather rival with ourselves than collaborate. Yes. Be ready. Don't forget about people using you. Some people have ideas. I've seen people have ideas. They write proposal and they say, I don't want to share my idea. You will steal my idea. See, there's no new idea. That idea, if I Google it, somebody else have done the idea. Be open. If you are starting an idea and someone wants to invest into your business, be open. Don't be greedy. Even if person say, I will get 30%, I will get 70%, just beg. If the person bring it, don't worry. There are ways you write proposal that will not show that you are greedy. Give that proposal to people. Let them fund it and run it. But first, like I said, trust is the biggest form of currency.
All right. Thank you so much, sir, for
what we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect them. If you no talk, then go beat you. Now 2,500 they pay.
For me, I wanted to change that culture. I didn't believe that until you see a white man or you see a foreigner in the kitchen before you can believe that, you know, good food is going to come out of that kitchen.
You can leverage on each other's spaces and, you know, sell. we believe in Nigeria, right? We believe that Nigeria can get better. We, the youth, are the ones that can make it better.
And my products are proudly made in Nigeria.
Made in Nigeria, showing every Tuesday at 10:30 p.m. and repeats on Saturday at 8:30 a.m.
It's a nation forged from the ruins of a fallen empire. A once poor country that in the early 2000s rose to become an economic success story. And whose leader, Recep Tayyip Erdogan, inspired hope.
He came to power saying he respected democracy.
Yet during his nearly two-decade rule, Erdogan has repeatedly attacked one of democracy's bedrock principles, freedom of the press.
So we started to see a crackdown on media.
It's resulted in fines, arrests, trials, and imprisonment for journalists who question the government.
There's no space for freedom of expression and free media in Turkey.
Many of Turkey's citizens have seen their lives changed during Erdogan's years in power. Their views reveal a highly polarized nation, divided by belief, by politics, and ethnicity. A nation where the mainstream media is controlled by the government, where dissent is suppressed, and democracy is under siege. November 3rd, 2002, Ankara, Turkey. Outside the Justice and Development Party headquarters, a crowd celebrates a stunning landslide victory in Turkey's national election. The party, known as the AKP, is the first with Islamist roots to win full control of the government in the nation's history. Its leader, a charismatic 48-year-old former mayor of Istanbul, Recep Tayyip Erdogan. His victory speech brims with confidence.
Demokrasinin daha sağlıklı çalışması için oy verdiniz. Sizler yönetemeyen bir demokrasiden yöneten bir demokrasiye geçiş için oy verdiniz.
Erdogan had formed the AKP only a year earlier. But Turkey's voters were ready for change.
Erdogan's election victory in 2002 followed a decade of immense political and economic instability in Turkey. The country suffered from triple-digit inflation in the 1990s, as well as cases of corruption that were aired out by the country's free press at the time. So the electorate was sick and tired of what looked like unending political crises, economic crises, and Erdogan's victory promised to bring in a breath of fresh air.
Erdogan's AKP platform proposed a series of democratic reforms, among them pledging to ease up on the news media, which had long been subject to government censorship. Turkey seemed poised for a new era.
There really was a lot of optimism in terms of issues that could be talked about, of what could be discussed on television, in the news, on the radio, even in the streets.
The AKP victory was especially welcomed in Kasimpasa, the working-class neighborhood in Istanbul where Erdogan grew up. It was then, and still is, an enclave where immigrants and conservative Turks from poor rural areas settle, hoping to find work and build a better life. For many here, that life centers around their Muslim faith. Among them, 90-year-old hotel owner Ismail Demircan, on his way to the local mosque where he worships, as he's done 5 times a day for over 30 years. Beneath the dome of the mosque, in the direction of Mecca, Ismail prays, steadfast in his commitment to his God, his country, and his president. Kasimpasa is also home to Ismail's daughter, Mehtap, who's 50 years old, married, with 3 grown daughters of her own. She handles the daily management of her father's hotel. Nearly 2 decades later, she remembers what election night 2002 meant for pious Muslims.
Bu bizim için Tayyip Erdoğan'ın zaferi oldu, bizim zaferimiz oldu. Çok şükür. Gerçekten hakiki demokrasi şimdi bugünümüz şartlarıyla demokrasi gerçekten var şimdi. Ama daha evvelden yoktu.
The Turkish Republic was born in 1923, following the collapse of the Ottoman Empire. Its founder, Mustafa Kemal Atatürk, created a European-style state that excluded Islam and all religion from government. Secularism became Turkey's modern faith. Devout Muslims felt left behind. For decades, they lived as second-class citizens, often viewed as backward or even fanatical by their secularist countrymen. During the 1980s, women wearing the hijab, a headscarf expressing their faith, were banned from schools, government buildings, and college campuses. 18-year-old Mehtap was one of them.
Ben gençliğimde okuyamadım. Adam mini etekli girerken ben başörtüyle zararsız bir şekilde giremiyordum. Yo, böyle olmaz. Keşke diyorum mücahit olup savaşsaydım başörtü hakkında, okusaydım.
Without a college degree, Mehtap had few career options. She went to work at her father's hotel.
Mütasip mesela bir aileyiz. Çok güzel, alkolsüz, insanlara hizmet veren, dini yapıdan mütasip bir otel olarak gayet güzel, şimdiye kadar hiçbir sorun olmadı.
Kararlılıkla hayata geçireceğiz.
To Mehtap and her father, Erdogan is more than a boy from Kasimpasa who made good. He's an old family friend.
Tayyip abi babam küçüklüğünden beri tanır. O zaman da bir farklılık vardı diyor. Babamın işte sürekli Tayyip Bey'in gerçek bir lider. Adam dediğin duruşuyla, konuşmasıyla, hareketiyle belli olur. Adam dünyaya res çekti diyor. Mesela çok hoşuna gidiyor. Onunla gurur duyuyor. Babam yani diyor ki Atatürk'ten sonra gelmiş geçmiş en büyük lider diyor.
In rising to the country's highest office, the unapologetically religious Erdogan placed Islam at the heart of public life, solidifying his stature among the faithful.
Tayyip Bey geldikten sonra zaten demokrasi geldi. Allah yer gök razı olsun. Gerçekten memnunuz. Her şeyinden memnunuz.
Erdogan's appeal wasn't based solely on religion. During his first term in power, he gave millions of Turks, including the poor and disadvantaged, a bigger slice of the country's economic pie.
He's lifted so many people out of poverty that I think he has therefore created a base of adoring worshippers who simply love him. Turks live much better when compared to the pre-Erdogan years.
And they expressed their gratitude at the ballot box. Voters rewarded Erdogan's AKP with national election victories in 2007 and then again in 2011. Western observers began to see Turkey as a democratic model for the Muslim world. But during this era of prosperity, Erdogan had begun chipping away at one of democracy's key pillars, freedom of the press. In 2004, a caricature set him off. Political cartoonist Musa Kart drew Erdogan as a cat entangled in a ball of wool. Erdogan sued Kart and the newspaper that printed the cartoon. The court ruled in Erdogan's favor and fined the cartoonist for publicly humiliating the prime minister. The decision was later reversed by Turkey's Supreme Court. But it would not be the last time a cartoonist and Erdogan clashed. Yet to some, it seemed at odds with the politician they thought they knew, since Erdogan himself had famously been persecuted for speaking out. In April 1998, as mayor of Istanbul, he was found guilty of reciting a poem deemed a threat to Turkey's secularist system. The day he began his sentence, hundreds of supporters accompanied him to the prison, where he spent 4 months behind bars, celebrated as a champion of free speech.
When Erdogan went to jail, it was not only that it solidified his base amongst his traditional supporters. I think that it made a lot of people in the population feel sympathetic to him, people who would have not normally been sympathetic to him, even leftists or secularists, because it was just seen as an injustice.
But once in control of the country, Erdogan's AKP went about suppressing dissent.
The government, as it got more entrenched in power, became increasingly intolerant of criticism. So we started to see a crackdown on media.
People from his party were calling editors and just saying, don't do this, don't write this, you know, I hope this isn't going to be your headline tomorrow. There had never been this situation where it was one political party that had so much power that they were able to determine what the press was doing the next day or what they were writing about.
Ece Temelkuran, then a columnist for the newspaper Haberturk, was a casualty of this political pressure. She was fired after criticizing a government ban against reporting the accidental killing by the Turkish Air Force of over 30 Kurdish villagers, many of them children.
So the entire media was silent about the incident for over 24 hours. That made me angry. So I wrote 2 columns about the silence and why the silence was there. And the columns were directed at Mr. Erdogan. And I was the first political columnist fired from her job in the mainstream media because of political reasons. And then on, it happened so fast. The entire media was silenced.
The media silence would later grow deafening. Away from Turkey's urban centers, in the country's rural areas, religious beliefs and conservative values hold sway. Mehmet Çelik lives in the village of Karubasha, 260 miles southwest of Istanbul. The region's known for its olive groves and the olive oil that's made Turkey one of the top 5 producers in the world. Mehmet sees farming as his life's work.
Ben çiftçi olmak için doğmuşum diyebilirim. Zor bir mücadele. Tecrübeyle öğrenilen bir mücadele. Bunun herhangi bir okulu veya kısa yolu yok.
For many in the region, farming is a family affair. Mehmet's father, Mustafa, is in his late 50s and often helps his son in the fields. Mehmet is 34, married with a 2-year-old daughter. He's been an AKP supporter since his teens. The party's agricultural policies provide loans and subsidies to help farmers like him boost production and increase their income.
Çiftçi tarımda desteklenmeli. Bu açıdan bizim için önemli. Tarlaların, zeytinliklerin sürüm sırasında bize mazot desteği veriliyor. Tarlaların ekim sırasında gübre desteği veriliyor.
According to Mehmet, government programs during the 1990s, prior to the AKP taking power, were not much help to farmers.
90'lı yılları çok iyi biliriz. Lakin yüzü astarını geçiyordu. Verilen paraya dosya yaptırması bir dert. Onun prosedürünü yerine getirmesi çok zordu. Çok fazla yerden onayla alman gerekiyordu. Ve verilen para bu uğraşmaya değer miydi?
Altogether, the Çelik family owns 98 acres of land, devoting about 24 acres to growing a variety of crops.
O tatil, pazar, cuma bilmez. Hastalık bilmez. Bayram ve izin günü bilmez. İzni olmayan tek meslek.
In late summer, Mehmet works with his father harvesting corn to produce silage or feed for his dairy cows. He bought his harvester with the help of an AKP government loan program.
Dışarıdan başka bir arkadaşım makinesini kiralayarak yaptırıyordum. Sonra gittim bankaya başvurdum ve bana banka bu makineyi alabileceğimi ve çok cüzi miktarlarda taksitlerle 5 sene içinde ödeyebileceğimi söyledi. Ve 5 yılın sonunda makine cebime kalıyor.
Though he's far from the center of power, Mehmet keeps a close watch on Turkish politics.
Ben genelde hep karşıt kanalları izlemeyi seviyorum. Açıkçası çünkü karşındakinin ne düşündüğünü onun gözüyle bakman lazım. Yalnız bu karşıtlık derken bunun düzeyli ve seviyeli olması gerekir. Bu karşıtlık itibarsızlaştırma çabalarına girmemesi gerekir.
He says freedom of the press is fine in principle, but insists there are limits to what journalists can write or say.
Basın özgürlüğü deyip ülkenin liderini de itibarsızlaştırmamak gerekiyor. Herhangi bir terörist vesaire suçlu ülkenin milli güvenliğine tehdit unsuruysa bu çabalar, itibarsızlaştırma çabaları, algı yaratma vesaire tarzı şeyler de bence gayet suçtur. Türkiye'de işte basın deyip istediğin yapacağın anlamına gelmiyor.
Since its first term in power, the AKP government has aimed to stifle reporting it sees as negative or critical. But it doesn't just target individual journalists. When the opposition newspaper, Hürriyet, reported on an AKP corruption scandal, the government retaliated, fining the paper's owners, Doğan Media, $2.5 billion for supposed tax evasion. Nearly bankrupted, the company had to sell 2 papers to an Erdogan ally.
So the tax investigations against Doğan Group really sent a signal that you shouldn't cross us, really, and that there would be new red lines that they would enforce.
Erdogan had punished one disloyal media outlet. But that was just the beginning. Later, he would prove his domination of the entire mainstream press. Şevket Şahintaş has been driving a cab in the streets of Istanbul for more than 30 years, often working the night shift. But no matter the hour, he finds his passengers are eager to talk politics.
Genelde hangi partili ve ekonominin durumunu nasıl buluyorsun? Eğer AK Parti seçmeni ise ülkenin iyi olduğunu anlatmaya çalışıyor bana. CHP seçmeni ise aslında eskiden her şeyin daha iyi olduğunu, işte ülkenin iyiye gitmediğini anlatmaya çalışır.
Şevket has long had doubts about Erdogan and the AKP.
Erdoğan'ı hiçbir zaman desteklemedim. 2002'de geldiklerinde gerçekten üzülmüştüm. Çünkü din söylemiyle gelen bir partinin bir ülkeyi daha iyi hale getirebileceğine asla inanmadım. Hala da inanmıyorum.
His skepticism peaked in May 2013. That's when a government plan to build a shopping mall in Istanbul's popular Gezi Park drew a small group of protesters that grew and grew.
They were, people from opposite factions of politics. The most colorful, carnivalesque protest you could ever see. And they wanted to tell the political power that they are not going to be enemies to each other, saying that we want to keep our solidarity. We don't want to give in to the polarization that is forced upon us by this political power.
An amateur photographer, Şevket was drawn to what was unfolding at Gezi Park. He took a week off work to document it.
Sesinin çıkmadığını düşünen bir kitle, kendisini vatandaş gibi görmediğini düşündüğü bir insana ben de varım eylemiydi belki de.
A tense calm prevailed for 2 days at the park. And then came the government's response.
The police cracked down viciously on the peaceful protesters. So they torched their tents, they beat them. Images are taken on camera phones, they're spread through the internet very quickly, and within a few days, you have uprisings in 80 out of 81 provinces in Turkey. What Erdogan sees this as, rightly so, is the first real challenge against his power.
Fearing government reprisals, many television news outlets continued with their regular daily programming instead of covering the protests live.
It was a striking experience. In some cases, be able to look out your window and see people protesting, maybe in some cases to see police firing tear gas canisters down the street. And your biggest news channel was showing a nature documentary.
Gezi olayları gösterilmemesini isteyen haliyle hükümetti ve göstermeyen basında onların her dediğini yaptığını böyle ispat etmiş oldu bence. Biz de galiba o olaylardan sonra o ana akım medyayı görmemeye başladık.
During the unrest, protesters turned to social media to share news. Şevket kept his camera focused on the turmoil.
Gezi eylemleri ilk başladığında o kadar ciddi, büyüyecek bir eylem olduğunu ben düşünmemiştim. Ama bu çok ciddi bir halk hareketine dönüştü.
The Gezi Park protests marked the birth of a grassroots anti-AKP movement defending the right to free expression.
Gezi Parkı benim için gerçekten çok önemliydi. Benim gibi düşünen bir sürü insan olduğunu görmek, hayata benim gibi bakan bir sürü insan olduğunu görmek beni çok mutlu etmişti. Artık daha fazla dinleneceğimizi, bundan sonra her şeyin eskisi gibi olmayacağını düşündüm ve çok da umut ettiğim kadar da iyi gitmedik.
Since the Gezi Park protests, there has been a very sharp polarization of society under the AKP. There's a sense that you're either with the AKP or you're not.
That polarization has heightened social and political tensions in the country. Since the mid-1980s, the Turkish army has fought the militant Kurdish group PKK, which seeks to establish an independent state in a region that includes southeast Turkey. The conflict has killed over 40,000 civilians and wounded untold numbers more. One opposition newspaper, Özgür Gündem, had for years reported on Kurdish issues, and because of it, was a target of the Erdogan government.
Terör propagandası, işte örgüt gazetesi, işte bölücü gazete, hain gazete, bu tarz argümanlarla çok taşlandı bu gazete. Ama aslında zaten yani yapması gereken şey yapmıştı gazete.
Zozan Butun is a 26-year-old Kurd who grew up reading Özgür Gündem in southeastern Turkey. She now works in an Istanbul bookstore.
Kürtlerin bir sesi yok aslında. Bizim de sesimiz vardı, bizim de acılarımız, bizim de çığlıklarımız vardı, bizim de realitelerimiz vardı ve bu realiteler diğer basınlarda yer almıyordu. Haliyle Özgür Gündem bunlara ses oldu. Kürt basın tarihinde çok önemli bir yere sahip.
Starting on May 3rd, 2016, International Press Freedom Day, Özgür Gündem launched a freedom of expression campaign. Its purpose, to protest the relentless government pressure and defend freedom of the press. More than 50 journalists and activists volunteered to serve as guest editors for a day in support of the newspaper. But soon, the Erdogan government cracked down, investigating and arresting volunteers, jailing some, and accusing them of spreading terrorist propaganda. protesters denounced the censorship. Trials were set for the fall of 2016. But then came July 15th.
Tonight, we are monitoring that military coup underway in Turkey.
A faction in the military decided Erdogan had to go. The control of Turkey seemed up for grabs.
Burada ilk kez çoluk çocukla birlikte Bodrum'a gitmiştik. Bodrum dönüşünde işte bir anda geceleyin bir anda bir uçak gürültüsüyle aynı Allah'ım dedim ne oluyor dünyanın sonu geldi herhalde.
With his hold on power threatened, Erdogan turned to social media, urging his supporters to take to the streets against the enemy. They did, with a fury. Amid the roar of F-16s overhead and bombs exploding, came haunting sounds issuing from the mosques. A prayer known as a Selah.
It's a certain prayer that we do after death, like, death of someone. That night, calling people to resist a coup through prayers was something completely unprecedented, and it was the clear sign that this country will be more Islamized from this day on.
Within 12 hours, the coup attempt was broken. More than 250 people died. Thousands were injured.
Bu Fethullahçı terör örgütünün attığı adım karşılığını bulmuştur.
Erdogan accused a former political ally of masterminding the attempted coup, and he declared a state of emergency that suspended rights and freedoms, giving him absolute power. The government purged some 130,000 civil servants, professors, lawyers, and police officials. 170 news outlets were shut down. Journalists were accused of terrorism, arrested and detained. Among them were reporters at Cumhuriyet, Turkey's leading opposition newspaper. Charged with aiding a terrorist organization, many spent months in jail awaiting trial. Sketch artists captured the drama in court.
The Cumhuriyet trial as a whole is an entirely bogus and outrageous trial where journalists for this liberal secularist newspaper were basically described as terrorists. And the sentences they got were all about aiding terrorist organizations, but no evidence to support this outrageous charge.
4 years later, the failed coup is history. Yet the Erdogan government continues to police what citizens see, hear, or read. In today's Turkey, online media have become more dominant and influential.
And that's why the last battlegrounds for the government is the internet. And that's why they're keen to control information flow on social media platforms and on the internet.
Türkiye'de ve Türkiye'den daha kötü olan demokrasi olarak ülkelerde internetin çok büyük bir kurtarıcı olduğunu inanıyorum. Gazeteler satın alındı, televizyonlar satın alındı ama internetin sayesinde halk gerçekleri ve kendi okumak istedikleri, takip etmek istedikleri insanları takip edebilme imkanına kavuştular.
The Turkish government has been brazen in restricting digital media, blocking access to sites like Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter, and arresting users, including journalists, for posting comments it alleges are critical or in support of terrorism. No one has been beyond the government's reach, including some well-known figures like Attila Taş.
Every day I'm coming here, I'm giving my fingerprints, and now I'm free for one day. Yeah, that's the free Turkey, man. That's the free Turkey.
A former singer turned popular online personality, Tash has a history of tweeting criticism of the government. After the failed coup, he was arrested and faced over 3 years in prison, charged with aiding a terrorist organization. He spent nearly a year behind bars, awaiting trial.
Hücreye koydular beni tek başıma. Ve ben 10 gün boyunca o hücrede tek başıma vakit geçirmek zorunda kaldım. Bir ara çıldıracağımı hissettim. Kendi kendimle konuşmaya başladım. Gerçekten çok zor. Yani, hapishanede çıldırmak, dellenmek, kafanızı, aklınızı kaybetmek çok kolay. Bu kadar kolay.
Turkey consistently ranks at or near the top among nations that imprison journalists for their reporting. Even some of Erdogan's supporters think the government goes too far.
Neden atısı ya? Günahtır. Neden? O zaman demokrasi olmuyor ki. Tabii ki de eleştirecekler. Eleştirirseler bir şeyler kazanırız. Ama öteki türlü tabii ki de bir gazeteci bir insanın şahsına, özeline giriyorsa tamam. Ama yine de hapis cezasına gerek yok. Günah. Onların da çoluk çocuğu var. Onların da bir yaşamı var.
In Turkey's polarized political climate, threats of any kind are not to be ignored.
İyi akşamlar. Ben Fatih Portakal. Türkiye'nin en farklı ana haber bültenine hoş geldiniz sevgili izleyenler. Bugün
Fatih Portakal knows this all too well. For years, he's anchored a highly rated daily news show on Fox Haber TV. His commentaries draw viewers from across the political spectrum.
Gerçekleri söylediğine inandığım için takip ediyorum. Parti karşıtı, AK Parti işte düşmanı falan olduğunu düşünmüyorum. Gerçekleri söylüyor ve ben onun gerçekleri söylediğine büyük bir yüreklilikle söylediğine inanıyorum.
benim yaptığım burada diğer ana haber bültenlerinden farklı olarak ben konuşuyorum. Benim yaptığım bu. İnsanlar belki de bu hoşlarına gidiyor. Yani çok fazla konuşan bir insanın olmadığı, çok fazla yazan insan olmadığı bir ülkede ben bu insanların belki de duygularına tercümanlık yapıyorum.
Portakal's opinions have put him in the crosshairs of Turkey's most powerful man. At a 2018 rally, Erdogan aimed a thinly disguised threat at Portakal, whose last name means orange in Turkish.
Birileri çıkmış. Portakal mıdır, mandalina mıdır, narenciye midir, nedir? Sokağa çağırıyor. Sokağa çağırıyor. Haddini bil, haddini. Bilmezsen haddini, bu millet patlatır enseni.
Erdogan's threat worked.
Onu izleyen 1,5-2 aylık süreç içerisinde tamamen bir fanus hayatı yaşadım. İş, ev, ev, iş. Çünkü toplumun veya bireyin nasıl refleks vereceğini bilemiyorsunuz, kestiremiyorsunuz artık. Yani çılgınca bir hareket yapabilir, belki hiçbir şey yapmayabilir. Sadece kendinizi biraz daha koruma altına alıyorsunuz. Yapması gereken aslında oydu ve onu yaptı.
But not all journalists have a large audience, like Portakal's, to protect them. Before she worked in a bookstore, Zozan Butun reported on politics for an internet news company. In 2017, she was arrested in a government raid and jailed for a week without being told of the charges against her.
Zor bir süreçti aslında. Alan küçücük bir alan var, rahatsız yataklar var. Zaten yaz ayı olduğu için çok sıcaktı. Yatağa yatıyordunuz, kalktığınız zaman yatak işte sırt bölgeniz, kolunuz o yatağa yapışmış bir şekilde kalkıyordu ve çektiğiniz an zaten vücut yanmaya başlıyordu. Şöyle ufak ufak kızarıklıklar oluyordu.
Zozan endured her time in jail by singing Kurdish folk songs. Authorities ultimately charged her with spreading terrorist propaganda without supplying evidence of her having ties to a terrorist group. It led her to make a difficult decision.
Şimdi şunu fark ettim. Hiçbir şey yapmamama rağmen gözaltına alınıp 7 gün kaldıysam, eğer ben bir şey yaparsam bayağı cezaevi yatacağımın farkındaydım. Bu ülkede gazeteciliğin yapılamayacağını anladım. Yapılsa bile belli başlı noktalarda taraf tutmam gerektiğini de farkındaydım. Bu tarafı da ben kabul etmek istemedim ve gazetecilik yapmamaya karar verdim.
Today, Zozan's building a career as a singer of traditional Kurdish songs. Her way of keeping the culture alive. She performs in local clubs and has a large social media following, including many outside Turkey.
Çünkü ben müziğin her zaman birleştirici ve iyileştirici olma yönüne inandım. Kendimi çok rahat bir şekilde, en net ve dokunaklı bir şekilde anlattığım tek alan aslında müzik.
Yet while Zozan's free to sing, she's still confined. 3 years after her arrest, the court has not decided her case. She's banned from leaving the country, keeping her from accepting offers to perform in Europe.
Bu benim çok zoruma gitmişti zaten. Ve bir şey oluyor, gidemiyorsun. Sadece ülke sınırları içerisinde dolaştırılan bir açık cezaevi gibi düşünüyorum. Bu da aslında kısmi esaret oluyor. Evet, bu Türkiye'den, işte İstanbul'dan Van'a gidebiliyorum veya İstanbul'dan başka bir şehre gidebiliyorum ama Türkiye'den çıkıp bambaşka bir ülkeye gidemiyorum. Biraz böyle. Aslında bir zincir var. O zincir sadece ülke sınırları içerisine kadar genişletilmiş. Onun dışına gittiğin zaman o oradan seni tutup çekiyor. Gel sen buraya, gidemezsin.
Zozan's future is in limbo, just like Ece Temelkoran's. After being fired from her job at Haberturk for criticizing Erdogan, Ece remained in Turkey. But during the 2016 post-coup purges, she left, choosing self-exile in Croatia to the constant fear of living in Istanbul.
When I came to Zagreb, I made a decision to freeze my emotions because losing a home is like nothing else. It disorients you in a way.
Away from family and friends, locked outside of Turkey, Ece's life is a mirror image of Zozan's.
Oppressive regimes imprison you in several ways. They imprison some people and they cannot, go out of the actual prison. But then they create another bigger prison in the country that you cannot leave the country. And I am kind of imprisoned outside Turkey and I cannot go back to my home country.
Turkey's media landscape grows increasingly dark. Some journalists have fled to the internet and social media, the last open spaces for public debate and free speech. But the digital realm may not be a haven for long. The Erdogan government has tightened internet censorship, passing a new law that controls social media with fines and the removal of content it considers offensive. It also requires social media companies to maintain offices and store user data inside Turkey, which raises privacy concerns. The scope of the law is unprecedented.
Everyone knows about the struggle for freedom of expression and free media in Turkey, but the magnitude of the problems we have here is not known by many. Over 243,000 websites are currently blocked from Turkey, and over 150,000 news articles or URL addresses are currently blocked. Over 12,000 blocking decisions are issued every year, and over 1,500 Twitter accounts are blocked from Turkey. This is the country we live in.
What's to become of a nation whose government prosecutes those who speak out? Those who ask questions and refuse to remain silent. Press freedom is enshrined in Turkey's constitution, though there have always been limits. In the nation's history, civil and military leaders have exploited those limits, punishing journalists for allegedly endangering national security or for supporting terrorism. The Erdogan government has taken it to the extreme, seeking to curtail free speech and outlaw opposing views. Now the question is not only whether freedom of the press will survive in Turkey, but whether the country's democracy itself will survive.
مثلا هكا أزل العراقي ما بان بلكي حالة انتحار بلكي مخو انتحار كربا.
This is Stuttgart, an industrial city in southwest Germany, a manufacturing hub. The city is home to companies that made Germany famous for its engineering excellence. People say it's the German way of living and thinking. We are here today to see how Germany has put that expertise into practice, not in technology, but in changing lives of a few.
We took only those that couldn't be helped there. If they were in a good condition or if their family structure was intact, of course, we said then stay there. We only took the most severe cases.
It's a chilly morning, and at the metro station, we are waiting for Lamia Bashar. Lamia is a Yazidi girl whose life changed in August 2014, the day Islamic State militants reached Kocho village in the province of Sinjar.
What the fate of these Yazidi women and children have been, but to have ISIS actually admit...
Lamia had just finished middle school when Islamic State militants threatened to kill everyone unless they converted to Islam. Islamic State was targeting Yazidis in an effort to purge Iraq of all non-Islamic influences. Yazidis are a Kurdish-speaking religious minority with their own faith. We already know of Lamia. She is one of the group of Kocho girls who were taken captive by Islamic State.
One girl.
In August 2017, we produced a short feature on missing girls. With the help of watercolor paintings, our small story was named The Last Dance of Kocho and Its Missing Girls.
Escaping in March.
After seeing our story, Yazidi activist and humanitarian Mirza Dinai called us to say that he knew where the girls were. And he said Lamia was here, in Germany. Dinai is something of a hero in these parts. We will come back to him, but now Lamia is here. My excitement at finding Lamia in person is so intense that I cannot focus my camera when she first appears with her brother Wad and friends from Sinjar. She's tiny, beautiful, and mature for her age. Life has tested her more than many of her peers.
The girls knew they were going to be sold as sex slaves.
Lamia just had face surgery. She's ready to talk to us, but only after a week of rest.
So total how many girls you said? 1,100 women and children were in...
We used the time to find other missing girls in southwest Germany.
مالي حالة باشي حالة باشي.
Mirza Dinai started a program called Airbridge Iraq, a humanitarian organization to bring Iraqi children and terror victims to Germany. With his help, the Home Ministry of German state of Baden-Württemberg brought more than 1,100 survivors to Germany in the hope of giving them a better life. Some of the IS victim girls from Kocho came to Germany through this program. During our 9-day journey, we meet many girls and families. Each story sounds more horrific than the one before. Salwa Khalaf was just 16 when she was captured by IS militants, also known as Daesh. She remembers exactly.
حتى ساعة هشتي سبي أزان فستيب ومن زاني تشوفوا يا شكينا حسياب ومش معنا وساعة سي شرطة سبيكر وساعة سي داعشاتن هابين بو دنيا قرم بو العراقي خلق السر خانيوان نبي مسر خانيت نفستيبون ساعة سي بشيف أزبيجهم مامي أو تلفونا بابي مقربون قود بون شرة إجبر أمل شنقال دبون بداية شر الشنقال نبو القندادة دا سبيكر وان تلفونا بابي مقربو قود بون شر الفيدري داكو بابي مزاني بس نقود نما ساعة هشتي سبي نوم رابون ساعة هشتي سبي كم بخو حسيان بتلفونك بخو حسيان كوري خالي متلفون كر قود كان هون شتكن أم تشكينا حسياب ونجي هكا صراب مسرخو بجا قصرامة وساد طابق بوقلك أبلندبو أسراب موسى مال شارع نيري شارع تجي خلق بو خلق بيا بازدان هريكي بدرك إذا بازدا متشك في منتكر يعني شو ما الدنيا قاعدة منزاني أو أبدا نحياتها ما بو أو.
Only Salwa can define what is normal for her now. Salwa now lives in Freiburg, a beautiful city in southwest Germany. Seeing her confidence in her new life, one might think she has left the past behind. But when she talks about it, it is still so fresh.
ما تقول ترى كذا ناتش نشبر حاجات جدلها هكا أمل كربن هروي ما قرن جاب لا أمل ما لا خدها بنو هو نحو جيم درجاتي حتى تقريبا ساعد أزبيجم ده يانستا راستي اسنزام كان بالضبط بس درنشي أمل ما ده ونشتوي كيم دركتن أم تشون أم قشت نتجاوان أم بداية دركتن بيش مرجعنا هي لان أم دركبن سيطرة داني بون نتي لان خالق دركها في مشكلة إجبر فيكي قال لك هاتنا قرتن يعني أزخوص هي كم إجبر فيكي صار ما قرتن إجبر ريد قرتن ونتي لان دركبن تقول من هنا بكيدة شنو نزعل شيء جا مجبور ونشون رياكا دور ترببن ما تشون رياكا ديبر أم قشت نتجاوان يعني مقشتنا لوفا بيشي قال لك يا خبصة بو ترمبي لك الشارع ده خراب بو أو بخنا خراب بو بس نزل جناركي ما بو أو شيء سني بو وساكر بو ترمبي سكنا بو دا ترمبي ديني كار بنتر باسفن أم قشتنا ويدر وساكنين تالي رد أزبيشم ضد داعش ونزان مسيبون بتني بيا هاتون سلاحوا أول دسيوان دبون قوتن قداون.
The same day, IS militants took Salwa to Mosul. About 500 girls were gathered in a big hall. After 15 days, she finally understood what was going on. IS militants were coming to buy girls and take them. Almost at the same time, Salina Haji Bashar was being captured with other girls in the small village of Kocho. Salina knew everyone who went to Kocho's school. Salina and other girls were watching from the windows. They saw IS militants take several carloads of men to the pool.
وبشتين محساس لا حاكر ما هم أقرأ قوتين ما جزلامات كوجن.
Within moments, hundreds of brothers, fathers, uncles, husbands, and sons were gone. Khudir Hassan was one of them, down below. Khudir could see everything. One IS militant was filming with a camera, and the others were around.
پشتوا یکی گوته دا سه جارا بان کر گو الله اکبر همال پیره سه جارا گو الله اکبر و درا وی دیساوی که گوتی الله اکبر گو ارمی مخالف فرح تایل برده خست او تلقى الوان دانب سر مدك هاتن تلقى كل من نكهت جارا بري تلقى كل من نكهت بو بشتيكا خلاص كرين بشتيكا تلقى ليدان هجي حسوا وجي هاد بازاني بانا هيجي ساغا وويكا قوت يدا اويكا امر داي قوت يا ارمي تات بوار وريا كديل سري ويدا ودهار ويجيل من نادا بشتيكا تشيغاكيش باما دور كهتن ويتشوبانا فاني ركي قمسة لكي رساسي المبو go yaki gota wi go hay irasasi go namriya go isaga nizam mukhalafan nizat shlos ditim go isaga اجدور بتلقاك بردامه يعني انها تراسري مو بردامه اجدور تقريبا مسافه 5 كيلومتر بردامه وصل بشتاستي مفاتشارخي بس ناقهشتا هستي بس تيرا شارخي دركت تتيدا نما تلقى مخاهرنا لفان جوان كزي مريما نهاتا بامه.
While Khudair was still figuring out that he was alive and wondering how to escape, the girls at the nearby school were terrified, not knowing what was going to happen to them. IS militants picked all the girls who did not have children and took them to a park.
هم سادو هناك كاتك داري خصنا حديقة دربة إد بيزارو قلتنا بنتزوجينا داري خصناش دربة هتا ساعد دهي بشيبل نفوي حديقة دابون وباساني نف باسيد مازن النفرة ددوجي عني نمكرني دا برنا موسل كاتك برن كنا مالك موسل دا سي طبقة مازن بو برن كرني دا هنا كاتك دي ديزي دي دابو أو جوكو ما قلت تشلون أم كرنا بالدا كو وسا وقلتين شيخي وان أميري وان تيانيف ماكو مات فروشيا هرياكو يا فروشيا ياكو هرياكو يا كدي ده هادي أبيو.
Salwa was captured with a different group from Salina. Each girl had her own fate.
أمسيكا تقول أم أني نبعج أم بقيرانا بعج يعني بشتي إشبيصت كتشكي تقريبا صد كتشكما يديها مكرين شخورا عمو برين الويدر يمروشا كمان ودي ساعات ندفيان كتشكا بكرنا أو يقال باما بو جيلان باتشس خلقات العزير بو اشترساخو كشتو الباما رايد استيخو قد كرن جيلان مقابلي من نارو نشتيبو وبرين جيلان جي خرابي مقوت هفالا خو مقوت جيلان طبيعية هفالا مقوت قو أم هموت وسانا قو يكيش ما هاجي خلينا قو يعني في حالي دكيش ما هاجي خو هيا.
Salwa learned that Jilan's sisters had an idea that she could commit suicide, but they didn't stop her.
وزبيجم يعني نحلبو ما بخو يعني قالك جارة من محاولة كر أسخبو كشم يعني لهناك ظروف هذا بس كشت النحلة هكاش هكا خشكت ويقودبان إشبر فيكي جيلان شوية حمامي دا منتهي لا أخو بكشي ولحظة كش إذهرب سحمة ريبو وقت جيلان وكشتي بشتي جيلان قالك يديجي محاولة كرن الباما انهيار الباما تشيبو يعني اشتل أم تعبين بانصدروشا هموكي بس كابوس بو ترسد لما همو قاعدة بو كان قدورا كيشمت هرجار تاعتن هناك تكرين وهرجارة قاعدة كدبان هريكيش خشكا كوبي بربون هريكيش هفالة كوبي بربون والنزاني كان قدورا وانا أم همون اللي بيا دورا خبون قالك جارة أم التحبين ما تقولك ها خزيبين مشخورة ببن بس مش في حالي خلاص كن أم تحبين منافين بتربي تشتي ببين ما بدس هيك تذكرتن بدس وزاد السماشي خود تذكرنا الدارة المدار الدارة دس ماشي خود تذكرن بورامات كيشان يا رب اشتي جيلان هنا جدي محاولة كأنه خبكوشن.
This is another Jilan. She's 16 now, so she was a child when she was captured 4 years back. Jilan speaks out for probably the first time, and her story is horrific. But for that, we will have to reach Tübingen, a university town in south of Germany. By this time, Lamia is also ready to talk. Lamia is Salina's sister. They live in the same complex. While Salina is talking to Dakhil, I have a chance to visit Lamia's room and see her picture gallery. I do not speak Kurdish, but Lamia makes things clear.
Das ist in Italien. Das ist Vater.
Okay.
Bruder? Brother.
Okay. Who?
Kadri.
Oh, girl Kadri.
Und Almas.
So where is Kadri?
Hier.
Okay, she's in Germany now?
No, das ist in Bomb.
Oh, Bomb, she died?
Yes.
Oh.
Und Almas.
Oh, Almas.
Yes.
She was with you, right?
Yes.
She died?
Yes.
Okay.
Und Vater.
Mother, yeah.
Und Mother.
Where is your mother here?
Nee.
Wait. Where is she?
Yes.
Kidnapped?
Yes.
Not yet back?
Yes. No.
Okay.
This there. Salina.
Oh, Salina, yeah.
Wahrheit.
Ah.
Yes. Und das ist mein Freund.
Okay.
Yes. Und das ist ich.
You?
Yes.
Oh. Okay. Okay.
Yes. Und das ist she.
Who?
Ich.
Oh, you?
Yes.
Oh, right. Okay.
Das ist Katrin.
Kadri, okay.
Und das ist Almas.
Almas.
Yes. Und das ist mein Haus.
Oh, in Rukocho?
Yes. Das ist Dalal. Und das ist Samia. Und das ist Hamdia. Und das ist ich.
Meanwhile, Salina is telling my colleague Dakhil Shammo how she tried to stop the militants from taking Lamia away from her.
Amman, am penju haft shnif garten. Azulam yabunu hado khushkin ma avinu na avinu kashma mamun. Kun jedibu ambaran karna basa ke saat penji sabahi shmugusil ambaran faruna suri. Ambarna raqai. O zalami hakalam ya akhtar kri kwas tana اختارنا كوستافيرا ناب از هشتم الوردة قلق محاولة بيقريام وشوم البيو رالي نابو بره لام يعجي نفس عمد كرو قوس ناچم ياب خوشكا خوربي پور گرتنو کرنا ترام بيلو داري کرتن.
Salina stayed at the same place for 2 days. One evening at 8 p.m., when she was alone at home, she decided to run away.
از هاتشوم دور نيف ساعتش معلي دور كتم كان ما معلا كده كاميرا بدري حوشي بابو از ديبو شهر بنا مال از ديبو زاني زبكي فرحي دا چويمه هاتنا الدري مال كده ما مال كي قيامي تا دنيا وتعديل ماكن از دامي قولني دا قوال باما از برم ورابونا مو برم دي ساكن ما مالكا ديدا دي ساوية اوي ابو احمدي از سه روزالوی مالی دبون کچکا کدیش کندیم نتی دبون ناوی ناری باندو تنهایی جل بعد عشان ناتی از او 4 روزالوی مالی دبون و دی سامنوی ساعت 8 صبحی ما باز ده حرازی بردیری بو و هر دو عیالی دوان نفستی بو کان نپی مادا بسلاحه کان نپی مادا و کرنا قوتا خود کرنا پی ما باز دم نساکنین ما شکایت خواه آویتن ما گورا آویتن دستمانگ ما آویتن ما خواه همو بتشتی راش کربو ما بعدم چون جسراکی ساکنی تلقال سر مرا بردانم نساکنی ما خو هر دو خال جسر وار کرد هم چون لالی جسری دیوا در کرد لن گودست و رو و وچه ما همو شکست و خراب و خوین بو همچون عالی دی جسر و در کتن
Hello, welcome to our program, Timeless Conversations. Today, my guest is a top-flight town planner, a former commissioner for physical planning and urban development in Lagos State, a man who recently headed the tribunal that looked into the collapsed building in Ikoyi. He's also an author, a happily married man, a grandfather. Town planner Olutoyin Ayinde. You're welcome.
Good morning, sir.
Okay.
Good morning, viewers.
It's good to have you with us.
It's a privilege to be here.
Let me say this about you. What strikes me the most about you is your humility and openness. And it makes me to ask, who is Toyin Ayinde?
Well, Toyin Ayinde is Toyin Ayinde.
Yes.
But I must say that I was brought up under a disciplined parenthood, and who taught us to know that what is it that you have that you were not given. So, and if you were given, why do you behave as if you are really the one that authored everything? So that points to the fact that we have to be humble in anything that we do, knowing that you will not be the first to do what you are doing, and you are not about to be the last. So, and I believe that anywhere we find ourselves in life is a test to wherever we are going again. So if you fail that test today, you may not be able to withstand tomorrow. So that's how I have grown as Toyin Ayinde, which makes me a little bit different from my peers, because it's not the way that my peers will look at things that I will look at them. So many things that people clamor for, that they think is the end of the world, I just rationalize and ask myself, what is it in life that I will exchange my life for? You know, and I do not see anything. So it makes me humble, giving respect to the other person, knowing that he can as well be occupying the seat I'm occupying now. So that's where I believe life should run.
Yeah, no, you see, as someone who finds himself in society, the home prepared you for the society.
True.
Were you caned when you were younger?
Oh, I was caned. I happened to be firstborn in the family, and you know what firstborns go through.
I don't know.
You know, okay, so you're not one. The truth is that parents, generations ago, did not go through any school of parenting. So each parent brought up their own child the way they were brought up. So it's like a wumble and fumble thing. So I went through a dad who, if he promised you he was going to cane you,
you got caned.
If he hasn't caned you in 2 weeks, don't think he forgot. He's just looking for the appropriate time. In fact, you could be sleeping and he will wake you up with that cane.
But going through that, Did you find yourself detesting him?
Initially as a child. Later, I grew up to rationalize. In fact, there was a time I was saying, okay, this man actually wanted me to be a good person, but he didn't know how to go about it. I'll give you an example. You know that when I was younger, I was a stammerer, chronic stammerer.
Really?
And I remembered my mom caning me to say, stop stammering. Stop stammering. One day I had the opportunity to say this publicly, and she was there. I said, may God forgive her.
Amen.
You know, but how did I get over stammering?
Yes.
I learned on my own. I discovered that you stutter more when you are aggravated.
Yes, true.
When you are angry, when you are in an argument.
Yes.
So I learned not to get involved in arguments. I learned not to raise my voice. Then I learned to speak slower.
Yes.
To pick my words. And eventually,
deliberately,
I began to develop. So I now find people call me an orator, and I look at myself. Are you?
Where is that coming from? Now, compare your upbringing to what you have done with your children. Did you cane or spank, as we say these days now?
Yes, I did. You know, I was brought up in a Christian home.
Yes.
So the Bible says that
bring up a child.
There's a foolishness
in the heart of a child. It is a cane,
the rod of correction.
Yeah.
But the rod really doesn't have to be cane.
Yeah.
But what most of us did was cane. But it didn't get far as I experienced, because then I had begun to go for parenting classes. Not formally, sometimes you just learn it in the church. But I went for leadership studies.
Yes.
And one of the books that made an impact in my life was 7 Habits of Highly Effective People, written by Stephen Covey.
Stephen Covey, yes.
And it was there that I learned that by the time I'm using a cane on my child, I'm trying to enforce what I was unable to normally pass to him. So it made me realize that, this thing is about communication. So I began to improve on my communication. In fact, one of the things I first did was to have a one-on-one with one of my children, with each of my children.
Yes.
So I'll take them, just go to an eatery, feel relaxed, and I'll be discussing. In fact, last month we were in UK. My last born graduated in University of Manchester, his master's degree.
Okay.
And when we got there, guess what? He said, Dad, you remember that when we were younger, you were taking my elder siblings for discussions. And you said it was going to be my turn, but it never came. He said, now we are going to discuss.
Which is very instructive. Like, communication is very important.
Yes.
Right. Let's hold it there. We're going to take a break now for a short while. When we're back, we'll continue our talk with Mr. Toyin Ayinde. Welcome back. We're still on Timeless Conversations. My guest is Town Planner Toyin Ayinde. Recently, you served as chairman of the tribunal into that collapsed building in Ikoyi. I know you have presented your report, and without asking you to divulge anything that's already divulged, what basically did you come out with as a person about the building industry?
Well, thank you for that question, and I think I would also like to thank the Lagos State government for the privilege to have been appointed as chairman of that tribunal. And I also want to thank every member of that tribunal. They were all accomplished professionals who knew their onions. They were all people who couldn't be manipulated. Let me say that we did that assignment gratis.
Okay.
Yeah, we were not offered any sitting allowance. We didn't collect any sitting allowance. I think that probably gave us the courage to look into the issue realistically and then come up with recommendations. What I take away from that assignment is that we can't pass the buck. Can't pass the buck. The buck has to stop on someone's table. And there are levels of tables like that where we have not taken cognizance of the value of life. And that's why the summary of our report was that building collapse in Nigeria is rooted in the falling ethics and value systems of Nigeria. So over time, we have lost touch with what is right. You even have to be defending what is right now before what is wrong. You know, one of the things we said as we were submitting the report was that members of the tribunal would need government protection because in a few weeks' time, they will probably be the villains and those who did the wrong thing will be praised. And it's because we haven't learned how to call a spade a spade. When you see somebody who says this is the real issue, these are the culprits, what people end up asking is, why did he discover the culprits? So it gives you some kind of challenge of the kind of system we're running. But if the building industry must restore confidence, we must embrace professionalism, we must embrace a value system that puts value on the Nigerian life.
But let me interrupt you. If we talk of the buck stopping somewhere and we want to put value to the Nigerian life and also be professional, what would you say causes buildings to collapse? They don't need to be high-rise buildings like that. Different types of buildings. A 2- or 3-story building just collapsed recently in Butemeta.
Yeah.
You know, why do buildings collapse?
Well, buildings will collapse because of the failure to take a decision. And it depends on who was meant to take that decision. You know, let's imagine it's a building under construction.
Yes.
There are professionals who are meant to take a decision. Layers. A contractor is supposed to have professionals working. There are consultants meant to supervise the contractor. There are government agencies meant to monitor. So anytime any of these ones fail, buildings may collapse when the wrong things are done. But because everyone has responsibility, we should be able to trace who dropped the ball.
Yes.
And anyone who dropped the ball should be penalized for dropping the ball. I think that's what is missing.
Because there's no punishment meted out to anyone.
That's the missing point. That's the missing point.
I know that in our environment, there is a housing deficit, a very serious one, across the nation, particularly so in urban cities like Lagos.
Yeah.
Now, around us, people just buy a piece of land and start building. Should it be so?
Now, the first thing about building is that we have a wrong model in Nigeria. And I've been privileged to say this in 25 states of the Federation. First, I think our governance model is wrong.
We'll come to that.
Yes, because government, and I'm saying government, I'm beginning from government and governance, because by research, I learned that 3,300 BC, before Christ, cities were planned by government itself. It's part of the responsibility of government to plan. So what does government do? Government takes care of the generality of the people. But we haven't really enjoyed that in Nigeria. Most times, government takes care of a section or a few people. Now, where government takes care of the generality of the people, individuals rarely build houses for themselves. So in UK, for example, there is a public housing policy.
Yes.
And government, buildings, residential buildings are either put up by corporations, cooperatives, or by councils. So you can have a council flat.
And you can't even renovate without permits.
No, and you didn't build it yourself.
Yeah.
It was built by reputable organizations. So you don't have the government persuading land to individuals because governance is in place. But where there is lack of governance, where government is not taking responsibility for public housing, then it persuades land to individuals. And then you have individuals go to the markets, going to buy cement, going to buy iron rod, which doesn't happen in many places. It's the same thing that we have for public transportation.
Yeah.
Where there is no public transportation, there will be so many commercial vehicles on our roads. Where there is no public water supply, there will be so many boreholes. So, and the more people you have doing that thing, the less control, the less enforcement you are able to do. I think that's what has brought us to this level. You know, there are too many people constructing who don't know about construction.
Yeah.
There are too many quacks in the business who have no business being there. And unfortunately, you know what, like I was telling the Association of Consulting Architects of Nigeria last week, I was asking, what is it that quacks tell the citizens, that the citizens believe in them more than the professionals?
Probably because they are cheaper?
Maybe, but it's also at a great risk.
Yes.
Yes. And because we have all lost value, a man puts the cost of building higher than his own life. Because that's what I think is happening.
Yes.
So there's need for a rediscovery of our values. That's the way I think we will.
But you know, I also think that there's need for courage in enforcing standards.
True, and enforcement of standards, like I said, is about layers. Enforcement of standards will cut across professional bodies. So when anybody offends, I'm a town planner. If I do any sharp practice, it should be possible to report me to my institute. My institute, for example, has an ethics and disciplinary committee, and I should be able to face that committee. And then, if I'm wrong, I'm penalized. And people shouldn't be looking at it from the fact that, oh, okay, he was penalized because he's not Yoruba speaking, he's penalized because he's Igbo and things like that. So all of those things have to be removed. We have to learn, government has to learn to also enforce discipline.
Okay.
So it's not just about professional bodies. Government must also do that. And government more, because government is the one that really has that capacity to put everybody in their place, especially if it's done within the legal framework.
We'll come back. When we're back, we'll continue our talk. This time, we'll be talking about the quality of workmanship within the industry and what has happened to us in Nigeria regarding personnel and training and even preparing our youth to participate in the industry where you specialize. Stay tuned. Welcome back. We're still on Timeless Conversations with Town Planner Ayinde. We were talking about the quality of workmanship. You enter a building that's just been finished, you see the lines are not straight, you see the screening is imperfect and all that, and then you say, who are the people who did this? Or say, oh, somebody, I was advised to bring in people from Ghana, from Republic of Benin, but I thought it was too expensive. These Nigerian people are not. What has happened to our trade centers, to all of these government training institutes? Why can't even the private sector set up proper training institutes for the various levels of the building industry?
I think over time we've lost touch with training personnel in Nigeria. In those days there used to be the City and Guilds exams.
Yes. For
craftsmen, masons, and things like that. I'm not sure we have that anymore. I recollect that a few years ago, there was a young man, Shegun Sholade or something like that, who was trying to work on artisans and craftsmen, working in collaboration with the Nigerian Institute of Building to see that craftsmen are properly trained. Because indeed and in truth, even housekeeping hands in hotels, we don't even have them anymore. So and these are vocations that really need training. I think we got carried away by the certificate syndrome. Everybody wants to have a BSc, and so we do not have dignity of labor anymore. So no one is willing to learn some of these things. In fact, they probably prefer to be bike riders than some of these things. But the truth is, I was in Ghana a few years ago, I think in 2007, where we were designing an estate for a client, and the client insisted that he wanted me to visit Ghana to see an estate, Trasaco Valley or something like that. And when I got there, what I first saw, the masonry, I said, the bricklayers who worked on my mom's house would do a better job than this. Until I saw their finishing. One of the things you will find out about them is that when it comes to finishing, they are never in a hurry. If you flip that back to us, we are always in a hurry. So, because the longer it takes for you in finishing a job, the better the quality. So we see that, and that's why the science of project management came. We don't manage our projects well. We are always in a hurry to complete them. Sometimes those projects are to score political points. So rather than do them well,
do them quick.
I've had a governor say that we are doing this road, I'll deliver it in 3 months. The design probably has not even been done, and you don't know the intricacies of those things. So I think we just must understand that there are processes. And if we must get good results, we must pass through those processes and do due diligence, which is what we're lacking right now.
So what's the way out?
The way out is to ramp up things like what the Nigerian Institute of Building is doing, trying to train. What they're trying to do is concentrate on those artisans and craftsmen and build up a reserve of such people, so that when you need their services, you can be sure that when you go to this body, they will give you people who are qualified. And by the time they are doing it, if we can replicate that in states of the Federation, cities and the Federation, then we should be able to put back quality workmen. And then our economy really has to support the building industry. It is said to be one of the largest employers of labor. So if the building industry is vibrant, people will also be able to stay there and earn their living.
Yeah, still talking professions. Now, you are currently the president of the Nigerian Institute of Town Planners. Do people really appreciate the work of a town planner in this environment?
The way I put it is that Nigerians generally do not understand what town planning is. And I've had to say this before about 8 or 9 governors that I have met, that what people think is town planning in Nigeria is exactly what is not town planning.
So what is town planning?
Town planning is putting order into human settlements. But we will not understand this until we understand how a human body is. A human body has systems. Circulatory system, respiratory system, digestive system, reproductive system, skeletal system. That's how the human settlement too is. Every human settlement has a circulatory system. That's the root system. It has a productive system. The industry, it has a respiratory system. The recreational areas that allows the environment to breathe. It has an excretory system, digestive to excretory system. That's the waste management, how you produce your waste and how you manage it. So these are the things that have to do with planning. So every human settlement, every town, city or village needs to first be planned on how is it going to grow, just like a human life is planned. You didn't become a broadcaster by error. No, nobody becomes anything by error. You plan it. You work towards the subjects that lead you there. Many children want to become medical doctors. When it becomes time to choose their subjects and they are choosing English literature, geography, Christian religious knowledge, French, they will tell that child, you know what, you can never become a medical doctor. It's the same thing. When you want a city to be organized, you plan it before you now begin to put buildings there. But in Nigeria, it's the buildings we know. So when we go for building plan approval, that's what we call town planning. Now, a building plan that is sitting on an unplanned area is like putting something on nothing. And that's why we will never get the right result. So we must start first by planning our city system, giving it a theme. What type of city do we want? Is it an industrial city? Is it an educational city? Is it one that you will know for agricultural production? And that's what will now prescribe how we go about it and how we grow over time.
But then, when I've seen situations where cities were planned, as it were, and they evolved, they developed, and along the way, areas that were marked strictly residential began spotting commercial activity and all that.
Very possible, because even a human being, you know, I likened a human settlement to a human being, evolves. There are times somebody bloats up in size,
Yes.
and he has to look through his wardrobe and see that these clothes can't size anymore. He gets new ones. There are times that he trims down. I say, you know what, I have to get new. So there is what is called review.
Yes.
So many times when in Nigeria, the once in a blue moon that we prepare a master plan, we think that it is forever. You know, plans are supposed to be reviewed because it's a dynamic system.
Yes.
And things are subject to change. So every 2 years, you look at it, what has this plan achieved? Has anything changed? If something has changed, for example, if you have an estate where those who started it were baby boomers, and then after some years, people have gone.
Yes.
They remain old. If you are still retaining an educational facility in that place, it will not make sense. I was in Manchester, I think in 2013, and somebody was pointing to a building that was apparently a church building. I was saying, sir, it's no longer a church, that is not a residential building, but the facade
still shows church.
Was left as church. So it happens like that because the human settlement is a dynamic entity. So you respond to every change, making sure that what you want to do is promote sustainability so that you can live, work, and play.
But living, working, and playing in such an environment, right, becomes almost impossible when you look at, say, Victoria Island that is now apparently more commercial than residential. There's no public car parking system here. I recall one of the businesses around the area had to eventually buy a plot to now erect opportunities, or even to stop people from converting a residential accommodation to commercial.
Okay, now we're truly not responding to dynamics in Nigeria.
Yeah.
And part of the dynamics we're not responding is the need for public transportation. First, we have too many vehicles on our roads. And that's why we need parking. In 2015, we were talking about 75,000 commercial vehicles, which we needed to mop up.
That's a lot.
As at that time. Last time I checked, I was trying to prepare a paper and I was researching. Now we have over 200,000 commercial vehicles. We mopped up the Molue buses to bring in the BRT buses. And the idea was the next phase was to mop up the Danfo buses. But what do we have now? Instead of mopping the Danfo buses, we now have those other tiny buses again, which in the
cluster the road
in the local parlance they call them Korokwe.
Yes.
So those ones are more. We now have tricycles.
Yeah.
All congesting our road system. So we are truly not responding to the dynamics. We are not applying the right medication to our illness. So what we need first is to invest in public transportation, mass transit, so that we can mop up all of those vehicles, make them freer. You will need less land for parking. There are also some dynamics now. You know, Uber and Bolt were not the in thing then.
No, they
now
were
you
not.
have them now. So why would I need to take my car?
All the time.
All the time, you know. So, but all of these things are, and we need data, studies all the time. We're not studying, we're not conducting any studies. And this will be the result all of the time. Failure of systems because we're not reviewing, examining ourselves to know whether we are making progress.
Okay. Now, because of the progress that has been achieved in society in terms of, say, advancements in information technology, it's easier to send information, receive information, share information, right? The younger generation is more into that than the older generation. However, politically speaking, how do we get the younger generation to even trust the older generation enough in terms of charting the right course for the future? Because they're the ones that will solve this problem we're seeing.
I agree with you. It's a matter of trust. I'll give you a personal experience. I was going to, before I left for government service, I went through leadership course, and one of the things that I came across was the fact of some businesses that have stayed over 100 years. And they all started with individuals.
Yes.
Family businesses. Then I learned the liberal nature of those businesses, the ability to absorb people, the ability to give room for talent and things like that. And I remember that one of the things I used to say when I got back from the training was like, well, this Tony and Associates is just, it bears my name, but I'm not the owner. That if God asks me to do something else, I'll just move on. And lo and behold, I was invited to become a commissioner. So what did I do? I took younger people, my own staff, I took them to the bank and authorized the bank to open another Tony and Associates account to which they will be signatories and I will not be. That's trust.
That's trust.
You know, so from then on, every proceeds that came to the farm went into that account. They were the ones managing the account. Because of trust, I didn't need to call them to say, how much is there? I hope you have not finished. But you know what? They didn't close it down.
Yes.
They did it better than I would have done if I was still there, because they could take risks. Risks that I wouldn't have taken because of my generation.
Yeah.
There's a book on relationship. I've forgotten the author now, but it was from that book that I learned about generations.
Yes.
And why, given the same amount to do the same thing, it would take me a longer time to do that thing than somebody who is younger.
Who is younger, yes.
Because he doesn't care to take the risk. I'll remember that I'm a grandfather.
Yes.
You know, all of those things. So those are the things I think we should begin to think about now. I think younger people should be given opportunity to take the risk on our behalf. We will also be taking a risk by trusting in them.
Yes.
Now somebody says, if you trust them and they disappoint you, if you say because they will disappoint, you will not trust
take
them.
the risk of trusting.
We'll just remain where we are, meaning the status quo. And somebody said the true meaning of status quo is the mess you are in. So if you say let the status quo remain, you are saying let the mess we are in remain. So I think if we want to get out of the status quo, we must take a plunge.
Yes.
Close our eyes. Let those young men try it. We're still alive to correct them.
To correct them.
But if we don't allow them...
But see, let's now conversely flip it. You recently, one of the parties, the APC to be candidate, right, decided to offer for sale its presidential form, nomination form, for 100 million naira for a job that for the entire tenure will be bringing in to the president or the candidate less than 60 million naira. So that's like you are being asked to go look for 100 million, come and invest it in a game of chance. You may end up not even being the candidate. And even if you end up being the candidate, your take-home pay is less than 60 million naira. So what are we saying to the young people? Yes, you say it is reduced for them to 50 million. How many young people will have 50 million naira and want to be president? Are we really serious?
Well, this is a turf that I'm still growing in.
Yes, we all are.
I say that I'm not an experienced politician, and truly I don't know the basis. First, I was thinking, or probably they want to test the sacrifice of the candidates, but how far would that really go? Because if we want them to sacrifice for Nigeria, I don't know if that money will really be put into...
The money will stay in the party.
So I really don't understand. But for me, I think if we make it more liberal, we're likely to get people who will perform, but they may not have that resource, you know, because it's not every time that your resource determines that you have something here.
Exactly. All right, we'll take a break now. When we return, Tamplana India and I will be talking about the younger generation, their expectations, and how we of the older generation can lift them up. Stay tuned. It's still Timeless Conversation with my guest, Tamplana Ayinde. Now, young people, have we failed them, really? Or have we helped them? Or do we even understand them? We are quick to look at them as having a sense of entitlement, which is valid. And they're also quick to let us know that they are irritated by our style of administration or our style of doing stuff. Even when you employ young people, sometimes I've heard somebody say that, I don't understand my staff. Do we understand young people?
I think we should understand life as a continuous process. And when something is continuous, then we need to also learn as we go on. I look at the younger generation from the angle of my children. I have 4 children. And the first thing I know about them is that they are all different human beings. They all have separate ideas. I have the one that is carefree. I have one that is focused. I have one that is moody. His mood can just swing and things like that. So, and I know what to ask one person to do and the other not to do. So it takes time to study human beings and know what they are good at. And it's better to play with people's strength rather than bring out their weaknesses. I think part of the things we don't do is to see the good in the younger generation. I was part of a committee recently. We're still working, and we're trying to hold a professional summit. And then I was told that the theme they were considering was to look into drug abuse and things like that. So I said, so why are you looking at our youths only from drug abuse, things like that? Why are you not looking at their potentials in a challenging nation? You know, things like that, which we eventually agreed on. So I believe that given the right environment, given the guidance, our youths can actually do a lot better than us. Like I said, they have the energy. I go back to my background again. I said I'm a Christian and I've looked through the Bible. Anytime God wants to do any change, he does it through young men.
That's deep. That's true.
He does it through young men. When Moses was choleric, when he was young, he saw somebody oppressing the other. He said, why? He went out, you know, as a young man. He was drunk, you know. Joshua was full of strength, you know. David, you know, look at how
very
he
exuberant.
was a game changer when he saw Goliath. I mean, Saul was probably a grandfather and everybody was afraid. He was running away from Goliath. But this 17-year-old boy ran towards him. So I've seen young people effect the change. So when we are looking for change, we should be looking for the people whose blood is still hot. You know, they are damning the consequences. I know what I could do when I was younger. There are things now. Moses Ogunleye, my colleague, made an observation when I became a commissioner. He said, Egbon, I can see that you talk, you are slower now when you want to speak. And there were a lot of things to think about. As commissioner, anything that came from my mouth would be a policy statement. So I have to think and be slow about it. That's what happens to the older generation. There are a lot of things, a lot of sentiments at times to consider. So I think what the youths have as an advantage is that energy. But you can now channel that energy. And if we truly begin to trust that, we send them to school not to be stupid. So, and we are not giving them the opportunity to use it, you know. And I think part of the reasons why some of us don't want to leave power now is that we are not given the opportunity to test our leadership potential when we are young. So it's at 60, it's at 65 that you are now becoming somebody. You won't want to leave.
You don't want to leave.
But that's really not the right age to now be showing as a leader. When I was going to contest as president of my institute, I was 57. And many people were asking me to step down for another person so that the person, and I did my calculations. I said, look, at 57, I will be second national vice president for 2 years. I'll be first national vice president for 2 years because it's a grooming process. And then I'll become president. I said, by the time I'm president, I'll be 61. I said, if you ask me to step down and we try to do some zoning kind of, by the time that opportunity comes to me again, I'll be 63. 2 years as second vice, 2 years as first vice. By the time I become the president, I'll be 67. I said I will be a stupid 67-year-old man if I cannot show you. If I can't show you 5 younger people, that will do it better than me. So I think we need to know that leadership has energy. So there's an age for leadership. There's an energy for leadership. There's a speed for leadership. I've gone to 25 states and I spend 3 days and I'm off to another place and I'm off to another place. You know, one of our past presidents said, Tony, you know why you're able to do this? You are still young.
You're still young. Yeah, that's true.
So we need to put our young people out there to bring out the best in them, especially now that we're in the technology age.
Now, because they are even more technology savvy, they are exposed to a lot more of information than we were at our own time. They also need to listen to us. How do we make them listen to us?
Okay. You develop a relationship. Most times we're disconnected from our youths. You know, when parents are talking to their children and you get to a point that a father is saying, I'm the one that gave birth to you, something is missing.
It's already threatened.
It's threatened. So it's like when a husband is telling his wife, do you know I'm the husband in this house? It's a break in communication. So we must always communicate with our children. I tell my children stories. I remind them of when I took them to school and I hadn't paid their school fees. And I was asked to take them back home. That's to let them remember that we didn't become who we are now just like this. It didn't happen to us. We went through processes. I remind them of when the car broke down.
Yeah.
And we had to push.
Yeah.
So if we have one now that is remote controlled, don't be arrogant.
Yes.
We worked our way there.
Yes.
So all of these conversations we must have from time to time. I don't stop my children from asking me questions. It's different from in those days when we were brought up. Once our fathers, when you hear the car horn, everybody runs for cover.
Everywhere is cool.
Yes, and when daddy is in the sitting room, nobody is there. But this is different.
Yes.
You can come and discuss and things like that. And that's that's what we should really cultivate.
There's actually this push in these days now where they say that we should mentor the younger generation. The question I have is, who mentored you? Now, how do you mentor someone else when you were not mentored yourself?
Now, mentoring really should be like a kind of taking someone by the hand and letting him know this and that. But for us, I think there are many things we picked on the way. You might not have been told directly. It's like being in an apprenticeship.
Sure.
You know, I wonder how some of these mechanics get to, because all they will just be doing is to be looking at their oga.
Yeah.
You know, so, and there are things that can be taught. There are things that are caught.
Yes.
You can't teach it.
Yeah.
So, but somehow is by either looking at someone over time, reading something, and it just strikes you. You know, that's the way some of us developed.
Yes.
And I think when our children look at us long enough, I was shocked when I went for my daughter's graduation in secondary school, and they had this magazine, and they put, "Who is your mentor?" And she wrote, "Her father." I was shocked. So this child is looking at me. So that means that I must not fail.
Fail her.
I must fail her. So as mentors, let me say as examples to our children, we will be mentoring them.
Okay.
That's the way I want.
And then we need to also take that outside the home.
Oh, of course. Do you know why we are building them in the home? We are building them for the society.
Yeah.
And I've seen my children come to tell me, and this is where we really have to be careful. My children have told me that, "Dad, we see some of these things that you are saying. They are true." I said, "But people are not practicing them out there." And that's the sad thing.
That's it.
Because no child of mine would break a traffic signal.
Certainly not.
No child of mine, whatever chaos is on the road, will drive against traffic. No child of mine will do that.
Yeah.
But they see other people do these things
and they wonder.
Every day.
Yeah.
So this is what we are up against. So how many parents have taught their children
not to do that?
Not to do that.
Yeah.
That's the challenge.
Well, let's go back to the home now. I asked you at the initial stage that who is doing Ayinde, and you tried. Now, I'm coming back there. As a person, what are the things that give you pleasure?
Let me start by saying my relationship with God. And then my relationship with my family. I've been very close with my wife. Very, very close. We're very close.
Yeah.
So that helps me, and my children also know that. So we have grown together. I've not been privileged to close from work, then go somewhere and relax for hours before coming home. Once I'm done at work, I just go home, sit with my family. My relationship with God. I love getting principles.
Okay.
As I read the Bible, I'm not reading the story, I'm looking for the principles. So as to apply.
Yeah.
Because those things are meant to be applied to make you different. As you are. So if you are disciplined, why are you disciplined? I've read people who are disciplined.
Yes.
I've read about people who knew how to add value.
Yes.
You know, so, and I hold that I'm God's representative.
Okay, so
at any time.
What's your favorite food?
If you give me amala, the on the spot one.
The on the spot one.
Yes. If you give me 3 times a day, I won't complain.
Ah. You know, I remember when we were talking off the camera about the simplicity of the food, that Gari and Ekpa any day is a good combination.
Yeah.
Yes.
Which I've taken quite a number of times in my office. I used to say when I was in government service that I did not, on account of becoming a commissioner, relocate my lunch area to Sheraton.
Exactly. Because you stop being commissioner already, and then you go back to the basics. But how did you become a commissioner? You were not a politician then.
I wasn't in politics. I was not a politician. It started from service. Because many people will know. There is a tendency to think that it just happened. But no, it didn't just happen. I remember when I used to send emails to the governor. When I noticed anything, I would send emails to the governor. I went to Nanjing in 2008. I saw some things. I took pictures. And when I arrived, it was my personal trip. And I sent to the governor. I said, this is possible in Lagos. And then I had an opportunity to consult for Ministry of Housing. It was a project for which I had no letter of award, for which I had no dime as advance payment. But just I saw it as a privilege to be invited to come and give service.
Yes.
And I prepared a 12-week schedule, and I dived into that assignment. And, you know, I didn't know that the governor was seeing this product being done free, not being paid for. And it was there, and then he asked that I should be given a project. And when I submitted that project, when I presented, he said this was a very good work. And then I was given a second project, and I was given a third project. It was while I was on that third project that one day I received a phone call, and it was the governor. He said, I'd like to discuss with you. The rest is history. So what I have learned from that is Proverbs 22:29. Do you see a man diligent in his duties? He will stand before kings and not before men. So this is how I got to government. But having been in government, I served the APC government. So, and
you became APC.
Courtesy demands, courtesy demands that I'm a carrying member of APC.
Let me thank you for your time. We'll do this again as soon as we can, and I wish you the very best in your tenure.
Thank you very much.
As President of the Nigerian Institute of Town Planners. It's been Timeless Conversations with Town Planner Toyin Ayinde as my guest. Thank you for coming.
It's a privilege, sir.
All right. Thank you all for watching. We'll be with you sometime soon. Thank you.
Good afternoon, I am Shade Uwe and this is News Brief. The political crisis in Rivers State may have ceased as parties reached a truce on Monday night. This followed after about 3 hours of talks at Aso Rock Villa, Abuja, between the President and the Rivers State Governor, Siminalayi Fubara, his deputy, Ngozi Odu, a former governor of the state, Peter Odili, and the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Nyesom Wike, and other stakeholders. The FCT Minister Wike, who was acclaimed to be instrumental in the emergence of Fubara and other elected officers in the last general elections, arrived at the State House at about 7 p.m. and was ushered into the President's office where the meeting was held. Also present at the meeting was the Vice President, Kashim Shettima, the National Security Advisor, Nuhu Ribadu, and the President's Chief of Staff, Femi Wajabiamila. According to an 8-point resolution signed at the end of the meeting on Monday night, the President directed that all lawsuits instituted in the courts by Fubara and his team regarding the political crisis in Rivers State be withdrawn immediately. The resolution was signed by Fubara, his deputy, Wike Ribadu, factional Speaker of the Rivers State Assembly, Martin Amayewole, Chairman of the People's Democratic Party in Rivers State, Aaron Chukwemeka, and his All Progressives Congress Chairman, Tony Okocha. According to the directive, Fubara was mandated to represent the 2024 appropriation bill he had earlier presented to the 4-member state House of Assembly to the full House. Also, the directive read that all impeachment proceedings initiated by the Rivers Assembly against Fubara should be dropped immediately. President Bola Tinubu has warned the board of the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited that non-performance will not be tolerated. The president, who inaugurated the board of the NNPCL at the State House on Monday, also warned that conduct suggesting a sense of entitlement will not be tolerated.
The members of cabinet and your good self should sit as a team and look at what can we do differently. There's so many ways to skin a cat. What can we do differently to bring up profitability, production, high level, and good governance, which is the key performance indicator? It is all in your hands. I will work with you in every way possible. But there could be sudden dissolution of the board too if no performance indicator is exceptional.
President Bola Tinubu says his administration will always uphold media freedom and respect opinions, whether they are adversarial or complementary to his government. The president made the pledge in Abuja during the meeting with members of the Newspaper Proprietors Association of Nigeria. President Tinubu assured NPA and members that he would consider their request for a review of policies affecting the paper industry, acknowledging concerns about existing regulations hindering local access to newsprint.
Distinguished gentlemen of the publishing and non-publishing members who are present here, I thank all of you for what you've done for this country so far. I'm grateful to many of you. Without you, I will not be standing here as president. We will continue to reinvigorate the economy, re-engineer the economy, retool the economy. I believe that Nigeria should invest in the paper industry to produce what we need, what we can consume there, and what we can export to other countries from Nigeria. Look around. Ask some of your reporters to weigh the effect of what is going on. We can't afford the stuff that was going on. The other item is important. And since you are now buying money on the black market, you know how much the dollar costs. We can't afford it. Many of us can't afford to pay. So we buy newsprint on the street. That makes it harsher for all of us. What you see on the street is concert. We're all dead. But if we don't publish the hard copy, we've all become online. And traditionally, not all titles will die because of our culture.
The Independent National Electoral Commission has mandated all political parties to hold and conclude all valid primaries ahead of the forthcoming by-elections likely to be held in February 2024. National Chairman of the Independent National Electoral Commission, Professor Mahmoud Yakubu, gave the directive on Monday during an extraordinary consultative meeting with the leadership of all the parties at the Commission's headquarters in Abuja.
Petition Appeal Tribunal have ordered the Commission to conduct rerun elections in 34 constituencies, made up of 1 senatorial district, 11 federal constituencies, and 22 state assembly constituencies. However, the 34 constituencies constitute 2.8% of the 1,191 petitions filed by litigants. Significantly, out of the 34 rerun elections, it is only in 3 cases that the Commission was ordered to conduct elections in the entire constituencies. I want to assure you that at the end of all the litigations, including the governorship elections pending on appeal at the Supreme Court, the Commission will present a comprehensive analysis of the petitions, including cases where the Commission was ordered to issue certificates of return to other candidates and the reasons for the decisions by the courts as part of the lessons learned from the 2023 general election.
The Youth Initiative for Advocacy, Growth and Advancement, Yaga Africa, said desperate politicians are undermining electoral reforms in Nigeria. The Executive Director of Youth Initiative for Advocacy, Growth and Advancement, Africa, Samson Itodo, called for laws to limit the excesses of individuals who subvert the process. He also noted issues of already stamped polling result sheets before voters cast their votes poses threats to credible elections. The Court of Appeal in Abuja affirmed Governor Ahmadu Finteri's re-election in Adamawa State, dismissing an appeal filed by APC candidate Senator Aisha Dairu Binani. The court ruled the appeal vague and did not set aside the earlier judgment of the Adamawa State Governorship Election Petition Tribunal, which upheld Finteri's victory. Finteri received 430,000 votes in a supplementary election, defeating Binani of the APC. Binani accused the election of corrupt practices and non-compliance with the Electoral Act's commissions.
Technical level and on the merits, it is our humble view that this court has done justice to the petition that was submitted, the issues that were formulated, and the ultimate decision by the Court of Appeal is consistent with our law in Nigeria today as we know it.
Yes, quite unfortunate. The judgment is not favorable to our party, but just as you know, these are intermediate courts. We have the right to appeal to the Supreme Court. We're going to study the judgment, and upon study of the judgment, we are going to get advice from our lawyers and see what our next possible line of action we want to take about the judgment.
Meanwhile, Governor Ahmadu Finteri of Adamawa State and his deputy, Professor Caleb Tapwa, have asked all the people of the state to put politics aside and join in efforts to build the state.
With gratitude to Almighty Allah, I give him all praises. What has happened in the Court of Appeal today is just further stamping and reiterating what happened in Adamawa by the good people of Adamawa in March 28. And further consolidated on April 28th. We didn't expect that we would come this far because The election was free and fair. It was squarely defeated, and there shouldn't have been any issue. But you know, politicians, being what they are, were here, and the court has further reaffirmed, because that is their responsibility. And I'm happy for that. I'm gratitude to them, because they've done what they're supposed to do. They've given judgment to whom deserves the judgment.
The High Court of the Federal Capital Territory, Abuja, has issued an order freezing the accounts of the Oyo State government in 10 commercial banks in the country. The order was issued by Justice Anite Ebong in a ruling on a garnishee proceeding initiated by ex-council chiefs in Oyo State, sacked on May 29, 2019 by Governor Seyi Makinde, and who in 2021 got a 4.9 billion naira judgment against Makinde and other officials and agencies of the state. The garnishee proceeding is intended by the ex-council chiefs led by Basharum Majid Ajuwon to recover the balance of 3.5 billion naira, which is outstanding from the actual judgment sum, from which Makinde paid only 1.5 billion naira in 2022. The Chief of Defense Staff, General Christopher Musa, says the investigation over the Kaduna accidental military airstrike is ongoing, assuring that culprits will be punished. 85 people died in the accidental airstrike in the Igabi Council area of the state some weeks back, with scores injured. Nigeria's armed forces often rely on airstrikes in their battle against bandit militias in the northwest and northeast of the country, where jihadists have been fighting for more than a decade. The Chief of Army Staff, Lieutenant General Taoreed Lagbaja, Nigerian Army Medal, has reaffirmed his commitment in tackling insecurity in Nigeria as he encouraged retired veterans to support community security throughout the nation. Lieutenant General Lagbaja said this during the graduation ceremony for Trainee Course 2 2023 at the Nigerian Armed Forces Resettlement Center, Oshodi, Lagos, Nigeria. The Chief of Army Staff, who was ably represented by Major General Jimmy Akpo, Army Chief of Administration, advised the trainees to put all that they have learned into good use, as well as represent the Army diligently in their communities. Also, the Commandant, Nigerian Armed Forces Resettlement Center, Oshodi, Air Vice Marshal Adeniyi Amesin Lola, spoke on the achievements of the center during the past 6 months.
During the 6 months training here at the center into good use as they retire, they've been taught management, they've been taught entrepreneurial skills, they've been taught management skills, and these skills will become very handy in other vocations that they might devote their time to in retirement. So they are very lucky, I count them very lucky, that they have been fully prepared to transit into a civil life again.
In about 6 months that I assumed command of the center, we recorded modest achievements in the quest to transform NAFIC into a world-class center of excellence in vocational training. The guest of honor, sir, permit me to mention a few. 3 days ago, the center was able to graduate 33 senior officers that participated in the mid-level and senior level cadre officers entrepreneurship and management training. The training was adjudged to be excellent by the participants. Also, following the Chief of Defense Staff Director, General C.J. Musa, Officer of the Order of the Federal Republic, the center initiated and commenced research and development activities in the center, as well as farm management training.
I feel happy because the journey of 35 years is not a journey of one day. It has been ups and downs, a lot of obstacles, but I give God the glory. I give God the glory. People see it as a tedious job, but with God on your side, you will surmount all obstacles. I enjoy people that are willing to join the job because it's a job that you'll be proud of. You're proud of it. So it is a good job, and the day is a good day for us all because we joined as about 300,000, 3,000, and now few of us are going. So we have to give God the glory.
Yeah, in the course of the course, I think we have performed incredibly well with high esteem of discipline. I think we are averagely about 95% of discipline.
The Kaduna State Governor, Uba Sani, attended an interdenominational Christmas carol to celebrate the birth of a Savior and pledge fairness and equity to all citizens, regardless of tribe, ethnicity, or religion. The 2023 Unity Christmas Carol aims to promote peace, love, and nation rebirth. Plus TV correspondent Habila Darufai was there and filed the report.
A colourful carol was performed by various choristers across different zones, bringing together children, women, and elderly parents to commemorate the birth of the Saviour. The governor, Uba Sani, the first governor to participate in a Christian community festive event in the state, emphasized the end of Muslim and Christian discrimination and the importance of fairness and justice.
When I became the governor, I take an oath that I must be fair to everyone. For me, it's about justice, it's about equity. And the only way we can have peace in our own state, we must be fair to everyone. We are one. Whether a Christian, you are a Muslim, I will not discriminate and I will not segregate. And I make it clear to everyone that we'll try and take development to every part of Kaduna State.
Sani expressed concern over division amongst residents in the state and pledged to ensure development across all zones, despite religious and ethnic differences.
I enjoy my coming, and I'm happy when I see the citizens of Kaduna who are in this very important celebration, highly happy. They are really, really confident that Kaduna State government will certainly carry everyone along, and we'll try, like I told them, take development to every part of Kaduna State. And as we are speaking, part of the most important agenda of our government is to ensure that we carry our people along. Human capital development is the most important thing, and today I discussed with them. So me at every fora, I try to make it clear to the people of Kaduna State that we are not concerned about any religious or ethnic difference. We are one family, and we are going to work together without any discrimination or segregation.
Reverend Dr. Joseph Hayab of the Christian Association of Nigeria, Kaduna State Chapter, emphasized the need for unity in good governance, for justice and equity, challenging the illusions that the Christian community dislikes government.
We've had terrible comments coming out of Government House of Kaduna, and today we are hearing lovely, gently, brotherly comment coming from our governor. That shows that it is no longer yesterday. We are in a new time and new season. And it's coming at Christmas, celebrating the Prince of Peace. We call for peace. We work with the governor for peace. Because we believe that even criminals fear when people are united. But when people are divided, criminals can have a field day. The reason why we've had uncontrolled criminality in Kaduna, there will always be criminality whether we like it or not. But the rate at which it went in the past was because there was division in the land. So instead of even pursuing criminals, we were fighting among ourselves.
The 9 lessons of Bible reading focus on Christ's birth, peace, and redemption. Christians show love and respect during Yuletide with church leaders, choirs, political leaders, and government officials attending.
Now moving on to other parts of Africa. An explosion at Guinea's main fuel depot in the capital of Conakry left at least 11 people dead and more than 80 seriously injured, authorities have said. The West African country awaited help from other nations and the death toll was expected to rise. The massive explosion sparked the fire at the Guinean Petroleum Company depot after midnight on Sunday. It caused significant damage in the earth of the Kalum Administrative District, home to most government officers. Colonel Mamadi Doumbouya, who was sworn in as interim president following a coup in 2021, said the state is taking full care of those injured. And outside Africa, a magnitude 6.2 earthquake jolted a remote and mountainous county on the northern edge of the Qingham Tibetan Plateau just before midnight, killing at least 118 people and injuring hundreds. Authorities have mobilized an array of emergency responses, but rescue work could prove challenging in sub-zero temperatures. Most of China is grappling with freezing temperatures as a cold wave that started last week continued to sweep throughout the country. 20 people have been reported missing in the quake's aftermath after hours of rescue and relief efforts that began before sunrise, according to the media. And in business, the Naira has appreciated to 1,240 Naira per dollar in the parallel market from 1,250 Naira per dollar last Friday. Similarly, the Naira appreciated to 888.35 Naira per dollar in the official Nigerian foreign exchange market. Data from FMDQ show that the indicative exchange rate for NAFEM fell to 888.35 Naira per dollar from 889.86 Naira per dollar last week, Friday, indicating a 1 Naira 51 kobo appreciations for the Naira. As a result, the gap between the official and parallel market exchange rate narrowed to 351.65 Naira per dollar yesterday from 360.14 Naira per dollar last week. And in entertainment, Nollywood actress Iyabo Ojo on Monday responded to a letter by Olalekan Ojo, lawyer of Nigerian singer Naira Marley. In a response, Iyabo demanded 1 billion naira from Naira Marley over the failure to serve her a pre-action letter. According to the document published on the Instagram handle of the actress, Iyabo demanded the amount over Naira Marley's act of deliberately misleading the public. Earlier, Naira Marley had demanded a public apology and 500 million naira pardon in damages from Iyabo. And in sports, the annual old and reliable football club of Ilupeju in Odiolowo Ojuwoye Local Council Development Area celebrated its annual end-of-the-year championship over the weekend at Ilupeju Secondary School. According to stakeholders, the annual event is to foster peace and harmony among the residents of the community.
It is just for the community where we feel all work cannot play make Jacks a double, and that we should have a platform for us to be meeting at least on Sundays where we play football, exercise.
To bring together those of us born and living over 30 40 years. We were friends when we were young, and we kept that relationship. I think of organizing this competition is to bring us together, maybe to relate with ourselves, wanting to live as one, and also see way of assisting our young ones to live in harmony. You know, in Peju, you can see in Peju like always native peace in Peju, Lowo, and so on. So, our tournament is normally organized to bring our young ones together, to advise them at the same time how to live together and see themselves as one.
The competition, which normally runs from November to December, you see people coming out from Ilupeju and its environment, coming here to jubilate, coming here to support whichever team they want to support, and it brings out friendship, you get to know people.
And that's the news brief. For more stories, please follow us on Facebook, X, and Instagram, and do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. You can also view us from Limex on limex.tv and Glow TV apps anywhere in the world. I am Shade Uwe. Many thanks for watching.
For upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Bukky November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.